Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, January the 11th. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check? And can you see my screen? If you can, just say yes, yes. Good, good. That'll do. All right, guys. Well, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, and just waking up, you're not seeing this carnage here. Bitcoin just got absolutely destroyed over the weekend. Thank goodness. I got out of my Mara position actually after hours. I was watching this after hours, and I got out of my Mara position just about 28. Thought okay, and I had no idea this was going to happen. But my goodness, what a sell-off for Bitcoin right now. So there's no point in my going over all of the Bitcoin stocks. I mean, we have Mara, we have EQOS. There's a couple of them, but pick a Bitcoin stock, and they're all getting hammered today. Now, what else is happening? Interesting. NIO, as apart from Bitcoin, NIO. So this is a huge gap up for NIO, and J.P. Morgan has basically said, you know what? We're putting a $75 price target from 50. So this has caused a huge move in NIO. Now, if you remember back here, I think it was this week back here when it was the trade of the week. J.P. Morgan did the same thing, and that really jump-started NIO. I think it was around 22, and they put a $40 target on it. So this is another big upgrade by J.P. Morgan for NIO. US 30, is that? I don't know what US 30 is. Newt, is that an ETF? That oil or something like that? You're South Africa, right? RSA, South Africa. I don't know what US 30 is exactly, but welcome to the channel, or welcome to the room. Also, partnership with NVDA. Okay, but I have a feeling it's a J.P. Morgan upgrade that is really causing it to spike. Let's see what else is happening. GME again. Aside from crypto, okay. I mean, there are a ton of crypto plays that are just getting hammered right now, but aside from that. GME still big move. And this has had actually, I'm wrong. I thought this has actually been sliding a little bit the last few days after the big move. GameStop signs a deal with an investor, refreshes the board, etc. So there was some news with GameStop this morning, GME. Here is a real little one. I don't usually talk about anything under $1, but did you notice this one? Lots of volume, 50 million shares. ZOM, Zomedica. I don't see any news on it, but it is up 57%. Meso, MESO. Yeah, it's fading a lot. That's a huge fade. Almost forget about it. Look at that. I mean, it was up to almost 20. It has faded down to 1280. It had gapped up on positive data, whatever drug they've got, but that's a terrible fade. Coming into the 200-day moving average, in fact. Now, before I go on, I guess I should talk a little bit about the trade of the week. So if you have the email, then you obviously you should have read it. FUV is, if you didn't get the email, I've posted it in the alert section. So FUV is the trade of the week. The suggested entry is $15.80. All right, and with the stop is the 10 SMA on the daily chart, 10-day SMA. Okay, so that or 10 SMA on the daily chart. And again, it's up to you to figure out how you want to trade it. But I mean, again, the trigger is 1580. So obviously we're underneath that trigger. Let's see if the NIO upgrade really puts a bit of a spark into the rest of the EVs. So far, not really. I'm looking at LI. LI is, it's not up. XPEV, it's up, it's not really up 45 cents, less than 1%. So the NIO upgrade, etc., has not really put a spark into the rest of them. HAP. Oh, well, let's talk about Twitter. Well, Twitter down today, because that was going to be obvious. Twitter is down today, 7%. Let's see if this area holds right here. That's about 47. Yeah, other EV. I mean, this is interesting. I mean, again, with that NIO upgrade, I would have thought maybe there'd be a bit of interest in the EVs, but right now I'm looking at fuel cell, FCEL. This is really gapping down a lot also. HAP, HAPP. Let's take a look and see if it's held its pop. HAPP, yeah, another one that's just fading. 276 down to 2. Yeah, they said they had 70% growth in December. 70% from what? That's where you can really get numbers working for you. Yeah, there's that GOVX. Somebody was just talking. Look at GOVX. Wow. Look at all the volume that just came in. This is a super low float, 3.7 million in the float. 3.22 is right here. This will trade the float multiple times a day. Just give me a moment here as I make an adjustment to something. So look at plug, look at fuel cells. So not only crypto taking on the chin a little bit, but also some of the EV plays. Now this one is kind of resurrected itself. Is it holding its gap? Not bad. This is Bingo, BNGO. Of course, it was super active a few days ago. Got all the way up to 732. So this is it's up 24%. Lots of volume. 16 million in the float. 34%, soaring 34% after Sapphire System ID structural, etc. So there is some news on BNGO. Here's one that's just getting really hit hard pre-market on a preliminary release of their earnings, KPTI. This one, LMFA. Let's see if this is holding. It's not too bad, actually. Not holding badly at all. 387 was the high. If you were in the room on Friday, you know, this got halted a couple of times. And look at the run it had towards the end of the day. I mean, it had the big run. And then look at the run after hours, all the way up to 3. Remember, this started at 75 cents. Up to 3. Little pop this morning. Kind of holding. So it's above yesterday. It's above Friday's highs. And the after hours highs, still above that. Very low float, 12 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. Again, for those of you liking something slightly more expensive, Crocs. Look at Crocs. Again, the same sort of thing. They've preliminary release of their Q4 results. And look at this. I've never owned a pair, but I guess obviously they're still popular. TTM, India car manufacturer. So TTM, nice gap up for it. Big float. I don't know what to expect out of this one in terms of you know how dynamic it's going to be once we've already had this big gap. The highs over here is about $17, so it does have some room. And I will mention this one, the EQ. I think this is shortable for me. Yeah, it actually is. So this is another one of the crypto plays. Again, virtually I can't think of one that is not getting hammered. Let's take a look at GBTC. Sorry. There is maybe some support right around here at 34, but down 17%. I really think it's that JP Morgan upgrade, but that's what really got it rolling before. All right, 9:15. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. And we have a ton of each. Wow, just too many. Too many to get in. So I'll do my best I can, get a few of them in here. Wow, a lot of upgrades. All right, let's just take a look and see if we can get a few of them in here. Funny, I see, yay, Stantec got an upgrade. That's my wife's company, so that's nice. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Just give me a moment here. All right, let me keep going on these upgrades. Yeah, there's just too many. I'm going to have to cut it off here. There's just so many upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to put some of the downgrades in, see if there's anything of interest. Okay, just a few more downgrades. There's so many of each. All right, guys, that's enough. There's so many upgrades, downgrades. Those are the ones I kind of took from briefing.com this morning. Keep an eye on this NIO to see if it starts to drift out. I mean, this is interesting to me anyway. I mean, the XPEV and the LI absolutely not following at all. Do it, William. Take that one short. Yeah, somebody mentioned the APDN. I forgot to mention it. APDN, what was their financing at? $8.30. So let's take a look at APDN. That's why it's down. APDN financing was $8.30. So it's quite a bit above the financing price. Also, if you're looking at MIC, if you're wondering This is a big gap down, but it's a dividend play. So it was $11 dividend, so sitting right on that 200-day. But don't get too enthused about this. This is a dividend play. Too large your position. That's funny. All right, just checking Bitcoin here just to see if it's putting in some kind of a bottom. I mean, we might get some interesting bounces, of course. Yes, Triple D. I was going to mention Triple D. This is gapping down a lot too. I mean, this hit a high on Friday. There was the Friday's high of 31 and $22 now. So on Friday of 31.50 or so. Of course, it got jump started the day before on Thursday with preliminary release of their earnings, and that just completely caused this one to go crazy. And then it was a follow through on Friday before it did sell off. I wonder if GOVX is shortable for William. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Let's see if Fidelity has. Yeah, that's what I thought. LMFA, guys, is it's holding. There's the high. There's the pre-market high, 385. So it is holding. All right, as always, here's my watch list up and down and the repeating version. So if you want to follow my watch list from the toolbar, click on Tool and then Channel Bar. And where it says Barry's watch list. Now remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Now nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Checking my watch list right now. I don't have that many symbols in it. So I have no idea how many we're going to get today. But anyway, nothing happens in these two windows until at least 9:45. You'll start to get some alerts right here when the market opens. Twitter continues its move down here, so maybe there's some support around here, 46.77-ish or so. I don't know. I mean, there's the low right there in that candle. That's okay. Okay, I'll show you again. So from the toolbar, click on New. Okay, and then click on Channel Bar. And then from there, you'll see all the channels. And then here's my channel, Barry's watch list. Now, all you're getting is, you're not getting everything else. It's just these three windows, okay? That's what it's designed to do, just to get you to focus on my watch list. You don't have to, of course, but that's the idea. Okay, so again, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list. It's going to be very interesting to see whether or not we get a bounce. I mean, there's been in the Bitcoin stocks. I mean, I'm sure at some point the selling will subside. Yeah, okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. Got to change my headset. Just a minute, please. All right, I'm back. Okay, you're trying to find that? Okay, so somebody asked in the YouTube feed, where is the pre-market active? So I am sharing a lot of scans. What time is it? 9:26. So just quickly, I'm going to put in how you can access things like that. The pre-market up, down. Okay, so if you do click on my home page, and you'll see one of the links right here. Click here for my scans. And these are the four that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, share, down, pre-market, actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. All right, so you can load them from my home page. All right, let me switch layouts now. Let me just see here, SWPR, the SWPR. So yeah, clean energy, solar, even EV other than, NIO, of course, crypto. Everything's getting kind of hit this morning. Of course, the SPY is down. SPY is down. Let's see if this holds this level right here around 375. A moment here as I get my layout. All right, so just getting prepared for the open. I saw ODP up. I did see that up. I didn't see that Staples. Well, you know what? That has been a rumor for a long, long time, hasn't it? Now, ODP, I think they did a reverse split. There's no way this was a $41 stock. They did a reverse split along. I might be wrong. But I mean, I remember when this was, way down here, even lower, $5. And I do recall that Staples was looking at them. I thought there was some government issue. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Reverse, but thank you, Cass. I knew you'd come through for me. At 1 for 10. So they had a huge number of shares outstanding because even after a 1 for 10, there's still 51 million shares. Just 1 moment, please. All right, we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So as usual, I do not usually trade in the first 15 minutes. I like things to settle down just a little bit. Doesn't mean you have to, but it's just what I do. There's Doyu on the move here. D-O-Y-U. D-O-Y-U is on the move. Okay, Eli. Well, I'm glad to see you back and in better spirits. Well, look at these clean energy plays. I mean, they're just getting hammered this morning. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately. MESO, I mean, this looks like a bunch of fluff then. I mean, this got up to 1950. Positive data, but the market is just saying, you know what? Not that positive, I guess. Look at LMFA, guys. See if we can take out that high. There's the pre-market high at 385. Again, when I say that, I don't mean just buy it. Okay, so just another little recap of the trade of the week. It is not triggered. You know, with a lot of the EV plays other than NIO, it is moving down, so there is no trigger yet. The suggested entry is 1580. So, nothing to do on it. All right, SPY's putting in a little opening, a green candle to start. Let's see if that holds. It's only 2 minutes in on that 15-minute chart, but it's so far a little bit of a bounce here. Here's a small one, AZRX popping here. AZRX, pretty low float, 27 million. And we have a halt, and what is it doing? On the way down, JAGX, my favorite stock, haha. On the way down here, halted. Now, I shouldn't say that. Anybody who has this, I don't mean to be dismissive like that, so, but it is got halted. Or just got halted. All right, PTE from last week, still active. Look at this. What a day it had on Friday. Through the 200-day moving average, closed right here, 130. Still very, very active, PTE. Okay, I'm saying, see if this, well, right now, a little bit of a sell-off on this one. A little bit of one, a little topping tail there. To see if we can get a nice big green candle on that opening candle. There's TTM. So one from last week, guys, ORTX, taking out the highs of last week now. ORTX, not a bit, it's not a low float, 84 million in the float. UK stock. You look left on that monthly chart. You know, next highs are almost around $10 for ORTX. They announced their 2021 corporate priorities. They expect to file a BLA. There's one of the SPACs, GHIV, pretty big volume coming into it. Okay, well, that trade of the week is starting to get a little frisky here. FUV. And the trigger, again, you don't have to do what you trade it the way you want to, but the suggested entry is 1580. BRQS is on my watch list. It's up 14 cents so far. See, XPEV. Let's take a look at XPEV. All right, now some of these are starting to move. NIO, is it still holding its gap? Yeah, it's holding its gap pretty well. How about LI? All right, so LMFA really gave it up. LMFA, almost $1, gave up almost $1 from the highs right here. Okay, so this little HAP HAPP, so hit 276 in the pre-market, pulled way back down to 2. It is lots of volume, so this will easily, of course, it's traded the float already. 9 million traded, 9.5, 8.8 in the float, so okay, so it is, so the question from the YouTube feed was, what is the trade of the week? Is that what you're talking about? It is FUV. Let me get me off caps. Give me a moment, sir. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, well, market is trying to maintain that first green candle. TNXP, so here's, I think I had this on my, I didn't actually have it. It was another one. TRXC was on my watch list. I don't think I talked about it, but TNXP, little one. It's not a low float, 154 million in the float, coming into maybe that resistance right there from December 7th. MGI, yeah, MGI. What is TRXC doing? TRXC. I don't think I mentioned it. I think this is, yeah, this is a cheap one. I didn't see any specific news on it, but TRXC, this was up a lot in the pre-market. I mean, it's still up 40%. Don't see any specific news on it. Look at the gap. All right, TNXP, guys. So there's the high. 102 back here. Let's look left on that weekly chart. $1.08 is the next high. You know, if it can clear $1.08, it's got some room on a percentage basis, TNXP, for those of you liking the cheaper ones. And it's not a low float. The 156 million in the float is not low. And there are no AI alerts yet. Yeah, MGI, it's, 58 million, not a low float, 58 million. The next high looking left on the daily chart, well, up here, I guess. Oops. All right, so MGI, take a look at MGI. Next high looking left is around 790, so this still has some room. So, looks like there is a crypto bounce. Look at Mara right here. Look at the volume that came in to Mara. There's a crypto bounce taking place right now. Will it last? GBTC, take a look at the ETF. Here's another one. Go EV, go EV. So this is actually, EV, but it is just absolutely exploding right there. Look at the volume, only 20 million in the float. Okay, so this one is still drifting down. MESO, it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. 1237 is the 200-day moving average, so it's just a little bit below that. It did absolutely not even close to holding its gains. Not sure I understand your question, VPKIR. The layout does not show all the windows. I'm not sure I understand your question exactly. All right, so that was short-lived, guys. Look at that first 15-minute SPY candle. That was short-lived. There was a pop-up, and now the next one is starting off red. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, you can obviously open your all your windows by show all from the toolbar. I'm not sure. I mean, because I don't use trade ideas like that. I have, three monitors, and I've always got all my trade ideas windows open all at the same time. If I go to a browser, nothing really changes for me. Not sure how I can help you. Not really sure how I can help you. What you might what you might want to do is go to our homepage, okay, and ask the question there. Okay, otherwise I'm just not sure how I can help you. Maybe one of our technical guys can help you on that. I'm just not sure how I can help you. Sorry about that. When you click on the homepage link, you'll see something that says start a Q&A. All right, yeah, HAP is on the move. It's there's the pre-market high for HAP, 276, so it is still alive. I mean, I love to know 70% increase December sales from what? Like, what's the number they've increased 70% from? No AI alerts yet. Okay, let's take a look at what's happened here in my watch list. All right, TTM, there's the alert, 1522, 1528 right now for TTM. That's not too bad, actually. It kind of held. It's a big float, 411 million in float. How did the BRQS do? 160. Yeah, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. BRQS, if you look left, there's the high of 150. So I'm just trying to pick off some of the highs on the weekly chart. I think the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here at 223. So this has some room. BRQS. Yeah, I had to do it. I rarely put anything under a dollar. But I just looked at that volume. I mean, it's a big float, obviously a huge float, but I looked at that volume and I thought, okay, for the sub $1 crowd, and this one is for you. I mean, I had a great day on Friday, and this is a continuation. I mean, let's see if it takes out a dollar at some point. I don't. I think this is not an IPO, obviously. My guess is that it was a symbol name change right around here. All right, things have settled down a little bit. Here's an interesting one, maybe. XCUR, look how it bounced off the 200-day moving average. At 207, 56 million in the float, so it's not super low, but it's Next high looking left is 225, excuse me, 225. The OEG continues it's a strong move. Look at this move from let's see, about $1.70 in 5 days up to $4. OEG, low float, 27 million. Boy. I should have kept this on my watch list. OEG, this is just ripping. I took out that high on Friday around 393. OEG keeps moving here. Now I see after the halt, JAGX actually popped up, JAGX. What do these guys do? So, energy sector play. Boy, what a run it's had. 3 months ago, this was a 56-cent stock. Okay, guys, FUV is still in play here. I mean, again, the trigger, this is the trade of the week. FUV is the trade of the week. And the trigger is 1580. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're new to this room, the trade of the week, it's sent out every Monday morning before the market opens. And you can subscribe to it. It's a free service. Okay, I'm just going to put the link in how you can subscribe to the Trade of the Week. Again, it's a free service. If you click on my homepage link right there, and where it says Get the Trade of the Week, there you go. Just click here. You can sign up for it. What do you mean, does it have a break price? They suggested entry is 1580, if that's what you mean. I mean, again, you have to manage it as you see fit, but that, you know, the emails is, that's what it said. Suggested entry is 1580. So that's it. The suggested entry is $15.80. The exit is the stop. Okay, the stop is the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart. Okay, so that's the 20. I don't have the 10, but that would be the stop. I think the email suggested, if it does get up around 20, you might want to consider selling some. But I mean, listen, guys, you have to manage the trade of the week on your own. But if it hits 1580, well, in fact, there it went. So it has triggered. Again, doesn't mean you have to hop in right now, but completely up to you. Okay, Larry, sounds good. Wow, FUV, this is stellar now. Let's see if this holds. Market is also putting in a nice move here. There was that original 15-minute candle. Didn't look great, the second one, but this is a bottoming tail. Buyers are in control right now. Yeah, nice move for Triple D. Off that lows, 21.9. Wow, what an incredible move. What a move this looked really pretty bleak actually when you look at the high on Friday and then what it got to this morning, over about $10. But look at this move for Triple D. Okay, I'm just looking here. I'm seeing the alerts. There were at 9:46, 47, and 48 for the AI. And I'm looking, I don't see a big difference in the alert price from when it triggered, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. See, mine showed up right here, 9:46, 47, 48, so I'm not sure what's happening on your end. No, it's possible. I see what you're saying because I wasn't paying attention when I actually got this alert. I see what you're saying. I have no idea when I actually got this alert. All right. Let me just pass that on. Yeah, for me and Mara is not available as a short. Oh, no. This was the previous. No, it's still not available as a short for me at Interactive Brokers. It's the big red dot saying not shortable. Hey, one moment, please. Okay, so, okay, but even so, looking at the AI alerts right now, so they really haven't moved very much off the price. I've passed it on to development, so they are aware. Let's see. Tell me when the next one happens. It's hard for me to follow, but tell me, if I can. Do have a sound alert on the AI alerts, but I get distracted. Okay, so for instance, that one, 9:55. Yeah, I see what you mean. That just showed up. It says the entry time was 9:55, and it's 10:02 right now. Okay. Look at GoGo here. GoGo on the GoGo. Look at GoGo. So if you look left, 1282 on that weekly chart, I think is the next high looking left. So this has got some room on that weekly chart. GoGo. All right, guys, HIMX, HIMX on the move. However, look at is this shortable for me? It is. Okay, so look left, 789, 790, a couple of highs right there, and even right here around 8. So this could be something that William might want to take a look at as a potential short, HIMX, if it is shortable for you. It's definitely above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. This Triple D almost seems like a cult following now, because those are some massive moves off that low, 21 up to 28. It's a big float too. I mean, so this is not like a low float situation where you would see these wild swings typically. I don't know what US 30 is. Sorry, I don't know what US 30 is. That an oil? I'm sorry. If it's an ETF of some sort, I really only look at stocks. Okay, Mark, I think this used to be a crypto play, right, Mark? Not really follow with the rest of them. 220 is the next high looking left. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, the US 30. I see. I see. Okay. The Dow. I've just not heard it referred to US 30. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea if it's going to crash later. Well, Clovis. Okay, CLVS. Did see it in the pre-market. I find this a tough intraday trader, but nonetheless, there it is. CLVS, possibly coming in. Look where it got to. High of 569. Look left, and what's the high? 570. So it stalled right there. The high over here is about 569. So this could be the area in which it stalls. Yeah, I see Corsair is on that list also. Corsair on my bouncers. Excuse me. Well, it's actually a toppers, is what I'm talking about. These are stocks that might be topping out, getting maybe ripe for a short. If it's in orange, TRQ was more of a bouncer, didn't really bounce much. Again, this is something I'm sharing. Time is it? I will get to all the scans that I'm sharing in a little bit. Well, so far, guys, the FUV is turning into a very, very nice trade of the week. Now, you trade it the way you want. I mean, you got in around 1580. That's a nice little percentage move already. You trade it the way you want. How's Solo doing? Solo and FUV sometimes trade in tandem. Yeah, Solo's doing well also. And there's Bitcoin. Take a look at GBTC. It's had a nice little rally so far off the lows there. So we've had some very nice bounces here, and a lot of these stocks look like they were really drifting down. iClick, ICLK. Okay, this one, TRXC. And I forgot to do it. I'm gonna have to. I can't believe I forgot. I will share this with you. This is the one. This is moving up on a abnormal or unusual option activity. Don't get too many alerts in this one. So there's some pretty tough filters in place, so don't get too many alerts. It's a proprietary thing, Chris. The profit target is just double the stop. Okay, so where you see the smart stop is calculated. It's based on the stock's volatility, the high and the low. Those numbers are fed in. It generates a smart stop. The target is just double. So I mean, if you got if make the math simple. If you got in at $1 and the smart stop was 8 cents away, then the target is 16 cents. It's nothing scientific, just double the smart stop. Well, when you click on an alert, when you click, it's not where the entry is. It's just telling you that if you happen to get into this trade right here at $2.19, your stop. I mean, again, this is you don't have to follow it, but then your stop is 8 cents away. Okay, they're not saying take the trade right now. It's just saying that if you did get in at any time, you'll always see a smart stop. Wow, TRXC just is rippage here, guys, and it's not a low float, 91 million in the float. So that makes sense, Chris. Every time you click on an alert, you'll have a smart stop. You know, wherever you when it's like live, a real time alert, then you'll see. So I mean, all it's saying is that okay, if you took it here, it's not saying that's your entry. It's just saying if you did take it here, then that would be your stop. Again, this is just a guide. Do I follow it? No, but I wouldn't want to have maybe an 8 cent stop on a $2 stock, for instance. But look at SIFI, guys. SIFY. What a move here. So this one. Haven't seen this one for a while. Where are they out of? They're out of India. There's a flag of India right there. All right, now I'm going to take a look at Bitcoin right now. I'm seeing Mara starting to drift down. So, okay, so this was maybe short-lived. Look at this big topping tail. This is the Bitcoin ETF. Look at the big topping tail. Sellers look like they're getting back in control for a while anyway. Trade of the week, right up here. If you go up to the alert section, trade of the week is FUV. Suggested entry is 1580. It's already triggered. Bill Ackman, so he's getting into it, okay. I find that the SPACs are difficult intraday traders, but you know, if you analyze them a little bit, see who they're trying to take over, etc., you know, they can be obviously decent long-term plays. I just find them kind of difficult to intraday trade them. Not yet. No, that's in beta or development. So the flag icon is not available yet, I guess. Maybe sometime this week. So let's take a look at how some of these alerts have been. TRXC at $1.93. So what did it get to? 2.30 before it pulled back. It's pretty good. Yeah, well, you know, if this takes, I got to put an alert at $1 on this one. That's what that's. Yeah, I'm going to put an alert at $1 just to see. Just take it like a geography lesson, okay, JB? You know, you start to recognize the flags. Okay? Have fun with it. Obviously, most of them are going to be U.S. stocks, but you start to see a different flag, just roll with it. I mean, you can always click on the profile, and there's the country right there. But anyway. Watt on the move, guys. W-A-T-T on the move here. And again, not super low float, but there's Solo, guys. So Solo and FUV. Wow, look at FUV. Holy smokes, what a great trade of the week. And look at Solo. These two usually trade in tandem. So if you do not subscribe to the Trade of the Week, I'm going to show you how you can do it. I'm also going to show you a nice little graph. All right, so if you click on my homepage link that I just popped in there, here is the Trade of the Week. And it comes every Monday morning. If for some reason you're not getting the Trade of the Week, I know some of you subscribe to it and you don't seem to get it, a couple things, you can check your spam, but if it's still not there, I do post it Monday mornings before the market opens to my Twitter account. Okay, so if you want to subscribe to my Twitter account, then you can do that. And as I always say, my Twitter account is very mildly used. All I do is I do 2 a day. One, the pre-market, and then my video that I do. That's it. And then, of course, Monday morning, I will post the Trade of the Week there. Of course, you can always come into the trading room before the market opens Monday morning, and that's when we'll be talking about it. So plenty of time to get in if you had wanted to. I mean, look what it did in the pre-market, got all the way down to wow, 1450. And then the trigger was at 1580. When you get the email, you know, it says a suggested entry, and there was a suggested entry. So there's almost $1 above it. Now, you trade it the way you want. You know, if you got in at 1580 and it's already up $1, I mean, you do what you want. Nobody's going to tell you, I don't want to see, I'm sorry to say it like this, should I sell it now? Okay, you have to manage to trade on your own. I know that's not going to prevent people from saying, well, what do I do with it now? I know that, but it's up to you. What sort of room do you think it has? You know, look at the chart. So what's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? 1872. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but or actually 1870 or 1673. So I mean that you know I'd be watching that area. Takes that out right there. Can take that out to 20. I mean those are the areas that I'd be watching. All right, so Miso is now actually starting to bounce, okay? That's a big bounce for Miso. Lots of volume coming in. I'm a little skeptical. I mean, look what it did in the pre-market. Got almost all the way up to 20, 1950, pulled all the way back to 1140. I mean, that's a huge drop, so I'd be a little bit skeptical. This is not shortable for me. All right, wow, 10:22 already. What a fast morning. All right, keep an eye on this one. Look, what a run this one has. INOV, 73 million in the float, so it's not a low floater. But look at the room this one still has on that monthly chart. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly is 28. Same probably on the weekly. So, you know, this has got a lot of room. I mean, it's had a tremendous month coming off 17 to 22. You see, it's been running. Maybe wait for a little bit. I mean, it's kind of stalling right here on the 2-minute chart. Let's see if it stalls a little bit, gets some volume, and starts to move again. INOV. ALRN from Legacy in our YouTube room. Well, it was, not anymore. All right, give me a moment, guys. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. All right, it is 10:25. Usually I wait another 5 minutes, but I think I'll start my little spiel now. So, first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room this morning. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And yes, this is a free room. This is not a special day. If you have trade ideas, I'm going to put my homepage link into the room. I've put it in a couple of times, but I'll go over a little more detail what you can find on my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link right there, the aforementioned trade of the week, sign up for it. I'm going to show you a graph. It's probably going to blow your mind a little bit about how the trades of the week have done since April. So trade of the week, you can sign up for it right there. I do a trading room recap here, starting around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for it right here. All the scans that I am sharing, right here. Okay, so more than what you see on the shared monitor, obviously. Lot of educational links right here. And I want to put this one on its own, the 20 short lessons. If you are brand new to trade ideas, I strongly recommend that you take a look at this. The 20 short lessons. So what happens if you do that? Click on the 20 short lessons, and it goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one, etc. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that link, and again, you can kind of see what the basic features we have. Daily support session. So we have a YouTube room, and I monitor that between 9 and 12. It's, you know, there are other traders in that room also, so I monitor that. And then between 12 and 1, one of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over. Now, if you are an option player, today's the day, because Sean will be monitoring in the our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he trades options. All right, so if you're an options trader, then perhaps that you want to head over there. I take a break at about noon, so that's why you can head over there. And I'll put that link in before I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay, you can sign up for them all right here. They're all archived. Educational videos, more educational videos right here. And we have created some ebooks for you, trading ebooks, okay? They're all generated from within Trade Ideas. So a lot of information on my homepage. Now, as promised, I want to show you this graph. I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus in just a minute, but I do want to show you this graph. Okay, so this is what you're looking at here is from April, basically when the pandemic started. We said, okay, what would have happened if you took every single trade of the week? If it triggered, and I'll explain that, you put $10,000 into it every week, sold at the end of the week, and then the following week you did the same thing over and over and over again. So these were the rules that we established. The trade of the week would only be live or counted in these stats if it triggered on Monday or Tuesday. So for instance, FUV, it's triggered. We said the trigger was 1580, so it has triggered. But let's just say on Monday or Tuesday, you know, it didn't hit 1580, so it would not be counted in these statistics. So those were the rules we established to create this graph. So again, if you took the trade of the week and it triggered on Monday or Tuesday, and then you held it until Friday, sold it before the market closed, you invested $10,000 every week, this is what would have happened. So your $10,000 would have turned into about $27,000. Okay, I have to get this updated because it doesn't include last week's, I don't think. Now, last week's, unfortunately, even though it worked out very well, it didn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday, so it would not be counted in these stats. Okay, so that's a trick. Now, remember, the rules were, so look at the FUV. Now, it's possible that by Friday it collapses. So, it would get into the stats as possibly a loser if it did collapse. So, but for the purposes of that graph, that's what we did. You take the trade Monday or Tuesday. If it triggers, hold it until Friday. So this is a heck of a trade of the week already. But again, let me look at the break right there. All right, now I want to go over the AI, which is not really doing much today. This is what our AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They got optimized. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 strategies. So that's what happened once the market closed Friday afternoon. The AI got to work. And these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Why they made the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other factors go into it. All right. Now, my recommendation is, I always say this, personally, I don't care what strategies make the cut. I don't care from what AI segment it comes from. All I care about is what are the alerts from it. So, from the toolbar, if you click on New, AI/Holly strategy trades window, the trades window. This is the window that'll pop up. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You won't get, nothing happens in the pre-market. The earliest alert you'll get would be 9:35. And then you just, manage the alerts as they come in. You don't have to take the trades, right when they're alerted. You might want to wait, see how they're, what it looks like on a chart. And that is, in essence, it. So there is no, people ask all the time, is there a video to explain how to use the AI? AI can be used in lots of different ways. I personally use it as a watch list. I kind of like the stocks under $20, but that's just me. So there is no right or wrong way to use the AI. Spectacular trade of the week, guys. Spectacular. FUV. Once it took that trigger out at 1580. Yes, Samson. Well, you're starting to. With a trade of the week like this, it's definitely kind of fun if you subscribe to it and you took the trade. Okay, so Yedu, I know that happens to some people. I don't know why. All I can do is get you to go to the home page. Now, you should check your spam folder also, just in case it's there. Sometimes it goes there. I have no explanation. Otherwise, if you go to the home page and click on the home page link, and where it says question and answer. So basically say that, listen, I have subscribed to the trade of the week. Here's my email address. Can you make sure I get it next week? Okay, that's all I can do for you. I don't know why some of you don't get it, even though you've signed up for it. All right. Now, I do want to talk about trade ideas in general and what trade ideas is if you're new to this. First and foremost, we are a scanner. This is what you're seeing here are real-time alerts with certain filters in place. So I like to call this an event-based scanner. You create the event. in this basic new highs and lows, if I click on configure and I click on the summary, here are the filters that I'm using. You know, this is the price range that I like, between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times as much as normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, these are the filters that I'm using. If the stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. Okay, now you of course, now I'm sharing this and I'm sharing many other scans. Again, if you click on my homepage link and go to the scan section, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Now, you, of course, can create your own scan. How do you buy it? Well, it's up to your broker, Legacy. Okay, I mean, you just have to usually activate, usually, I don't know who your broker is, but I mean, it's usually something like an option that allows you to trade pre-market. So, of course, you can create your own scans. If I right-click on an alert window and click on search, here are all the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all. Lots and lots of alerts, and here are all the filters. These icons are all filters. So you can build your own scan. You don't have to know a programming language. You know, we have created this for you. Hopefully we've got enough alerts and filters so that you can create kind of the scans that you like to see, okay? So you don't have to know a programming language to use trade ideas. Now, I want to talk about our linking. So if you click on, now this is only available if you have our app, using our app, not in the web-based version. If you click on Tools, External Linking, and then you add a link and you follow the instructions. What linking does is this, no more, no less, okay? If you've established the link with your brokerage platform, what that means is when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your brokerage platform, and then you can, from within your platform, you can trade. Okay, you don't have to establish a link if you don't want to. It just makes it a little more, it's just a time saver. You know, if you're like me, I'm clicking on a lot of alerts all day long. So instead of my having to type in the symbol in my order entry, it's nice to have a link and it just automatically shows up there. Then, again, from within my brokerage platform, I can trade. That is what linking is, okay? You don't have to link. You know, it's a scanner on its own. If you don't want to link, that's fine. You can just, you get an alert, you type the symbol in. Now, we have a special arrangement. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade from within this window. Again, it's not necessary. You don't have to do it. It's just sort of a nice feature. The reason why I want to emphasize this is because people come back to me and say, well, do I need an Interactive Brokers account to use trade ideas? Of course not. All right, so what I did was I put this Brokerage Plus intro. It's about a 25-minute long video, and it'll show you exactly how you can connect this Brokerage Plus window to your Interactive Brokers account if you want to, so you can use this window to trade. Now, just so you completely understand, you always need a broker. We're not a broker, okay, but we just happen to have this window that will connect to Interactive Brokers so you can use it to trade. Why would you want to do that? Well, you can set up things like what we call one-click trading. So let's just say I click on this alert, TRXC. I like what I see. Look at OEG. Sorry, guys, this is a fantastic move again. So let's just say I like what I see with OEG, and I want to trade it. I've looked at the chart. I want to trade it. I right-click and hover over trade. And these are, you set these up. If you watch that video, you can set up your own one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. You just click how you want to trade it. Done. Okay, so you have to watch that video and it'll show you exactly how to do that. Now, the other big way to use this is as a simulator, a paper trader. If you're brand new to trading, please, before you commit your money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. So let's take a look at TRXC as an example. Maybe let's get a better one maybe. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now, EVFM. I wanted to take this trade right now. So you notice that when I click on the alert, the symbol shows up. Right here, I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's click on 300. I can pick the price I want to get in at. This is a 1 cent spread, so I can go in at the market. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you do it. So I'm going to click on buy. There, 300 shares, 276. Now, before you get into a trade, you have to always know, unfortunately, guess what, guys? Every trade is not going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it works against you. So, and that, that can be determined with some experience. You look at a chart, you sort of see, okay, here's a support area. Maybe if it breaks down below that support area, I should be out of the chart or out of the stock. Now, so when I look at, again, I'm just using this as an example, okay? So if I look at this and I think, looks like there's some pretty good support in this area, around 260. So I can add the stop. And so if it broke down below 265 or 264, I should be out of the trade. And you'll see how this, right on the chart, you're going to see your stop. Okay, you see that line, that red line? So if I just allow this to run in auto fashion and it gets down to 264, it will take me out of the trade for a $34 loss. Now you should always, again, know where your stop is before you get into a trade, because that'll help you share size. This could get interesting, guys. I'm going to explain why. GOVX. So how does that help you share size? Let's pretend that I got into this trade at 274 and my stop was at 264. That's 10 cents away, right? So when you get into a trade, my recommendation is that you have a dollar amount that you're willing to risk on the trade. And that amount will have a correlation to your account size. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So again, knowing where your stop in is when you get into the trade will help you share size. So again, like I said, let's pretend that was an entry at 274. The stop was 10 cents away. Hopefully you guys can do the math. You could take 1,000 shares. You have a 10-cent stop. Trade works against you. 1,000 times 10 cents equals $100. Okay? And that is how you would share size, because it's not a matter of, well, every trade I'm going to take 500 shares or 1,000 shares or 200 shares. Your share size should be determined on, the difference in your entry and your stop. Now, a little bit of quick math. Entry and the stop, you just, you know that number and divide it into, say, if $100 is what you're willing to trade, that'll share size for you. Oh, you're more than welcome, Mariana. So, another way you can do this, a lot of people like to play pullbacks. Okay, so let's just say you wanted to take FUV on a pullback now, a little bit of a pullback. Maybe a pullback to here. It may not happen, but you know what? You look at this, there's a lot of support right there at 1645 or so. So if you wanted to take FUV down in this level on a pullback, this is what you would do. Let me just click on, see if I can find FUV anywhere. Come on. Here we go. Okay, so there's FUV. Let's just say I wanted to take 300 shares of FUV if it pulled back to this level right here, 1647. So I would put 1647 in that box. Do the same thing. I click buy. And you will see a line will show up right there. See right there, there's that line that shows up right there. So if you wanted to take this on a pullback, then, and you just let this work automatically, then it'll take the trade right here at whatever that price was, 1647. Again, you have to know where your stop is though before you take that trade. So if you were going to get it at 1647, ahead of time you'd have to know how many, where would be your stop. If I got in at 1647 and it worked against me, where's my stop? All right, so once you get into the trade, you can add your stop, but that'll share size you also. Well, I don't know, Martin. It depends if you're like me and you're taking trades at the high of the day, based on a pattern. Then it's just a matter of looking left on a daily, weekly, monthly chart to see where it could go. Okay, I mean that's all I can say. Where could it stall on those higher time frames? Because if you're taking trades like most of my trades are near the high of the day, then I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. But as far as fine tuning it down to, 5 minutes, where could it go? No, it's a matter of, looking left on the daily, weekly, monthly chart, and then you can sort of see, well, okay, there's the next high. I suppose it could get up to that level. Now, the other way you can do that too, I should back this up on the EVFM. Also, you can use this like a trailing stop, this line right there. Let's just say the EVFM really starts to work well. And it gets up to 310. You could start taking this line right there and moving it up to different support areas on the chart. Okay, so that you can use this like a trailing stop. Now the other way you can, so what we've done here for the FUV is we've put a conditional buy order below the price. There might be times though where you might think, you know what, if it can take out a resistance area on top of where it already is, the current price, I'd want to take the trade. So of course you can do that also. All you would do the same thing. You would put the price in both boxes here, click the buy, and then you'd see a blue line above the price. Again, if you thought that if it got up to there, that is breaking through a resistance area, and maybe that's where you want to take the trade. So there are lots of ways in which you can use this, the simulator. You can take the trade immediately, or you can wait for pullbacks, or you can wait for a break of a high on top. Now these are hotkeys. All right, so if I want to get out of this trade right now, you just highlight the trade and I flatten, or I get out a half, or I could double my trade. All right, so these are hotkeys that you can use. You can also use this to practice swing trading. So if I don't exit this trade if you don't exit a trade by the end of the day, then it'll carry over. Okay, it'll carry over, and I think there's maybe a limit to how many days. I'm not sure if it's 60 days or I'm not really sure, but you can certainly practice swing trading also. So again, this is a great simulator. All you need is our standard service, okay? Our standard package to use it. And it doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. Okay? Not from me, Treasy. I don't make predictions at all. Okay? So not from me. Others might have an idea, but I don't make predictions about where FUBO could be going or any stock, to be honest. Yeah, so no, this does not work on the web-based version. You need the application. All right. So guys, while I was doing all this, you might have heard me say I want to go over this GOVX, and unfortunately, as I was going through a detailed explanation of all this ran away from me. But I want to explain why I was going to talk about this GOVX. If you have the AI, never mind, I'll show it right now. Notice there was a re-entry price. So yes, it got stopped out. Okay, there was a stop out for GOVX. You'll notice that there is a re-entry price for every stock. And it's no great scientific way of determining it. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. So in this particular case, it was 596. You'll notice that this is the only one that triggered. You'll only see this in the re-entry time column. If it triggers, so what has to happen is the stock has to at any point during the day, has to hit the stop price, even if it didn't get stopped, like the reason for getting out of the trade. This, for instance, could be working really well all day, and then all of a sudden it hits the stop price. If it came back to that re-entry price, you'd get an alert. So that's why we had an alert right there. Look what happened from 596 up to 723. So these are columns. If you have the AI that I absolutely recommend that you add. All you have to do is click on a column header, right click, columns, and here this is all alphabetical order. Here are your reentry price and stop and time. And you can set a sound alert on it, okay? So you'll be notified when that happens. I can go over that if that didn't make a lot of sense. Now this is I'm not saying this would have been easy because, this is one with that crazy low float and it just got halted on the way down. So, you have to, we talk about this all the time. There's a low float situation, 3 million shares, that is the supply. For whatever reason, there's huge demand, 31 million, if it's almost 10 times the float. So there's huge demand for whatever reason. But my point is that it's something that's such a low float, you cannot get into a trade and then wander away for 5 minutes. No, he's just kidding about talking about Fubo here, okay? He's just kidding about that. It's just a matter, but I don't make predictions about where stock is going. Wow, look at this SIFI though, my goodness. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, so FUV now is starting to approach this level here. Let's see. I just want to leave it here. No, I don't have to. You know, if I didn't like the way it was trading, you know, I don't have to leave it here. I can just to get rid of the order. I just go to orders and I would right click and cancel the order. Okay, so you don't have to take the order if you don't like the way it's trading. Okay, so this was a virus play. This GOVX. This was a virus play. I'm just looking at the news. NIH grant to advance COVID vaccine development. So that was the news for GOVX. Just a minute, please. All right, almost 11 o'clock. Fast morning. Like they're always fast mornings. I forgot to do something. Just give me a moment here. All right, next up is ST. I don't think I've seen this one before. STRR. This is no way this is an IPO. I think this is just a symbol name change, so that's why STRR looks like it's here and like as an looks like an IPO. There's no way this was an IPO. And look at the float, 4.4 million in the float. STRR. DRAD, thank you, Casa. So I remember DRAD. You see this, we've seen this quite a bit. Last year we saw this a lot. Companies change their, it's the same company, they just change their symbol. And so it looks like an IPO. That's where it looks like that's where it started trading. But as Casa pointed out, I do remember the symbol DRAD. I did not know that it had changed to STRR. Yes, GOVX did resume. This one also was halted. ACIU, it is now unhalted. In case you're wondering how I even know these things, we have our halts resumes here. Okay, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. You can see right there, it was halted at the GOVX was halted at 10:53 and 23 seconds. Look where it opened exactly 5 minutes later. Typically, a volatility halt is a 5-minute halt. DDDD. Oops, it's not going to work. Oh, question mark. I don't know that. That's too. It depends on your account size, and that's too. I can't answer a question like that. Are you taking every trade? Are you? It's too difficult. I can't really answer a question like that. Question was how much money do you need to put into the AI, like the AI alerts? What I would do before you started to do anything like that, you can use our simulator. If you have the AI, then you have our premium service, and then you can use the simulator to trade the AI. Okay, before you put money, like your actual money into it, you can trade the AI and see how it works out. GNLN. Okay, so this is a cannabis play. Okay, cannabis play. So the next high looking left on that monthly chart is fairly close, 635. All right, so I mean it's had a nice month. Had a nice week last week. Continuation, getting close though. This happened back in let's see, in 2019, September of 2019. That's the next high looking left. So I'm not saying that's going to stall it. No, there's no. If you're talking about the free, are you talking if you're using our demo version? No, no, the AI is not available in the demo version. The demo is going away. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. The demo is going away. All right, guy. TTM. This is on the move. India. I don't know. I'm going to suggest they're EV also. They probably have an electric vehicle. They've been around for a long time. TTM. Give me a moment, please. Just want to make one change to my layout. All right, guys. So FEV is continuing to just drift down a little bit. Just want to keep this in here, this little buy on a pullback. See if it hits that level. Almost did. What did it get down to? Got down to 1665, you know, right there. So it's 1647, not quite. Okay, so there is the ETF for, okay, this is starting, okay, it's starting to look pretty good actually. Look at the ETF for the cannabis sector. MJ holding now above last month's high and starting to move. Maybe can really start to fill in this void here, which means, of course, most of the cannabis stocks will be moving higher. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Give me about All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I'm reading your post, Chris. An issue on trade ideas when you click on an alert and if you remove your mouse, it acts like you're dragging it. I don't understand. I click on an alert, move my mouse, and I release. I'm not sure I understand. You mean like this? Highlighting it? I don't understand. So you click on an alert, but you release. Well, that's only if you. I mean that's supposed to happen. Again, I'm not sure I understand. I mean, if you don't release, then that's the whole idea of being able to highlight it. Oh, that never happens to me. Never. Are you sure your mouse isn't stuck? Seriously. I mean, I've never, ever, ever had that happen to me. Well, let's see if anybody else has the same issue. That's pretty bizarre. Yeah, I've seen many little quirks, with 10 years with the program, but I've never seen that. So I'm not sure I can. Okay, let me answer a question in our YouTube room. Okay, so Mike, are you using our web-based version or the app, the application? Okay, so the app. Okay, that's good. No, no. I mean, I can't send them to you. They're not. But are you trying to tell me that when you right-click properties, sorry, actions. So when you right-click on an alert window, right-click properties, actions. First of all, do you get this pop-up? And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I want to start from here. Can you answer that question? If you right click on the alert window, properties, actions. Okay, so you do get this pop-up. Okay. Now, when you click on setup sound, well, first of all, click the play sound, and then when you click up setup sound, do you not get this? Do you not get this window? Does this not pop up where it says sound setup? Okay. Now, any one of these, now, if you click on use custom sound like that and then select, do you not get these folders? Well, when you say it doesn't work, I would not, and then play, if you click on play, you're not hearing a beep. Might be something then to do with your computer. When you click on play, Okay, so are you sure? Okay, is it possible, before we go any further, there is a toggle here. There is a sound toggle right there. It's in between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Is it possible that there is a slash through it, which means you've turned it off? Is that possible? That you've got a slash through the toggle or through the sound icon? So right between the Brokerage Plus. Okay, so you are actually getting then sound text to speech. Okay, what about now? You mentioned these folders. Now I don't know about the other ones, but you are getting text to speech. Okay, how about the folders though? Set up the sound, and then when you use custom sound, select. Are you not getting these three folders? Yes, just click on the lots of different sounds are in there. Yes, just click on any one of the folders. There's a lot of different sound alerts in here in these three folders. Okay, maybe that's. I don't know why you're not getting the beeps or anything like that. Personally, I wouldn't use those anyway. They're kind of. I mean, I would use text to voice for one, and then I would go into these folders and pick something that's a little more dramatic. Okay, so you can pick on you can. Oh yeah, well, otherwise, that's why the folders have all these different sound alerts in them. So then you just pick one, click on open, then you can play it. If you like it, then say okay a couple of times, and then it'll get attached to the window. Okay? All right, so notice what happened. It took it on the pullback. Remember, I just left it there. So see how it took the trade on the pullback, FUV in the simulator. See how that was before? That was a dark blue line, and now it's a faded blue line. So that means it took the trade. So the moving averages that I have, let's see. Okay, so the orange line here is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. Those are the two moving averages that I have. Orange is 8 EMA, and that's on all the time frames. 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. And the only thing is on the daily chart, I have the 200-day moving average in blue. I'm sorry, in green. Let me just find it. There it is. In green, I have the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. Now, I'm not a big indicator guy, so just bear that in mind. Okay, Mark has been on the move. Little pullback, pullback. Okay, guys, I'm just going to quickly check to see if there are any emails that I can answer. So AJ, I think you've asked that before, and I don't know why your default strategies are not being saved. I mean, again, new. Sorry. I'm not sure I understand what you're. Okay, keep going. I mean, obviously, you have to turn the strategy on in order to trade it, but well, if you add a new alert window, I mean, it's obviously going to have the settings here. So I'm not sure. How is it going to know that you want to use the settings from a previous one when you add a new alert window? Not sure I would understand that. Look at the SPY. Yeah, nice little move here by the SPY. Still don't understand what you mean. If you're going to add a new alert window, of course those are the settings. So if I do something like this and save or share to cloud and I load it, it's going to add in here. Why would I want it to? Oh, just a minute, please. Okay, I think now I sort of understand. I'm not sure that. I think you have to do it for each one. You can't have like. I see. I think I understand what you mean. You want it. You want to have this. So you're not talking about the filters. You're talking about the trading strategy, and you want everything to be the same for every strategy that you move that you load. Not sure. Never thought of it like that. Save as default. I'm wondering if you just use that as save as default so that when you load a strategy, have you tried that? So that now then when you load a new strategy in, that will be the default. It didn't work? Then I have no explanation. You might want to try, if that didn't work, then I can't help you. You might want to go to, again, the home page. I'm surprised that doesn't work. Michael might know. I certainly don't know, so I'm sorry. That would seem to be the logical way to do it, but if that doesn't work, then I really don't know. Huge. Look at this move by Huge. Look at the volume coming in. It's a low float. Canadian stock, where are they out of? Ontario. Just want to make sure. Mike, did you go to info at Trade Ideas asking about the sound files and all? And then they sent you here and I've answered your question. Just want to make sure. Was that you? If you're still in our YouTube room. Mike, are you still in the in our YouTube room, or have you gone? Okay, Steve. Okay, great. All right, guys. Huge. HUGE. Let's take a look. Look left, and what do we see? 238. So a little bit of room, not a lot though. Another low float situation. Just trying to see if there's any specific news. Looks like it's a cannabis play. Yeah, it's a cannabis play. HUGE. Oh, I don't know if it's too late, Kaiser, to get into the trade of the week. I mean, it's had a great run, 1580, got all the way up to 17. My goodness, up to 1750. So I don't know if it's too late. I put in a conditional buy order right there. It took it on a pullback, but I can't tell if it's too late. I mean, it still has, in theory, some room. 1880, 1872 in that weekly chart, and then up here, 20. All right, now this one is starting to move. Look at IG. Now, this one had a huge day way back here, got up to 822, so about almost 3 weeks ago. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 625, so it's above that. So, I mean, this has a shot, I suppose. Keep filling in this gap. Look at the volume coming in. It's a low float situation, 4.4 million in the float. I'm just looking to see if so they announced a private placement last week, not very big, $8 million private placement. No, it's cannabis. Huge is cannabis. Not COVID. Well, at least that's what we have here as a profile. You see COVID? Well, synthetic compounds targeting cannabinoid. So I don't know what to say. Maybe they've, maybe they're COVID now too. I don't know. All right, guys. So let's see. Now, G Pro. Still can't believe they're around, but this has had it's had a pretty good, 8 months or so, all the way off 2, almost up to 10. Wow, this was a nice one. I'm just starting to look at some of my bouncers toppers. Look at this alert right there as a topping play. 1850. Oh, it's not as much. Okay, it looks more dramatic than it is. The high was 1858 down to 1843, but still moving down. And if you want this one, the bouncers toppers, one of these scans that I am sharing, all you have to do is I'll make it easier on myself. You click on the subscriptions and my home page. I didn't even go over subscriptions. So if you click on my home page, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. There's a promo code you can use. This is how much Trade Ideas is. We have 4 plans. There we go. So we have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. The premium service on an annual basis, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, the main reason why people take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people take our premium service. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always just go month to month if that's what you want. Standard 118, premium is 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, after that, it'll go to the normal price. All right, 11:37. So I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. And again, for those of you who are interested in trading options, so we don't trade options as such. We have option filters. Let me just quickly go over that. I know a lot of people like to trade options. So here's how Trade Ideas may be able to help you. So if you right click on an alert window, configure, I'm going to type in options. So here are the option filters that we have. So we have the put, some of them are obvious, the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. So those are pretty obvious ones. This one right here, option volume, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Combination of puts and calls, okay. This is the key metric right there, the option volume today percent. So if you use that, say I put 200% here. So what that means is, if a stock is, on average, over the last 10 days, traded 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, you will have to trade 4,000 contracts, 200%. In other words, double, okay? So it helps you perhaps zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. If that helps you trade the options, great. Now, why I'm bringing this up right now is because Sean, I'm pretty sure Sean will be taking over our YouTube room at noon. He is an options trader. So you can pepper him with option questions, okay? Again, we don't trade options as such, but we have those filters that might help you find stocks which you might want to trade options on. All right, let's see now. I'm not seeing any new alerts for the last little while for me. How is Bitcoin doing? Just in general, you're talking about Mara, but how is Bitcoin doing right now? I mean, right now, listen, I mean, they had a little glimmer right here. Bitcoin had a little rise. It was choppy, though, for about an hour, but it was choppy. And now it looks like descent again, which I'm sure Mara and Riot and all the big Bitcoin stocks are on the way down. So you know, I'd be certainly shying away from the Bitcoin stocks today, unless we get a tremendous rally in GBTC. Okay, sure. Why not? Why not combine and maybe hook up an EV to them at the same time? Cover all the sectors. An EV that's solar powered. All right, guys, my alerts are starting to dry up. Oh, look at this ST. Well, I'm just getting a little alert here for STPK. Another high here. So Matt, we're not a broker. Is that what you mean? We're not a broker. You need a broker to trade. We're a scanner, all right? And we happen to link with many brokerage platforms. Linking only meaning that if you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform, and from there you trade it. You know, we do have an arrangement with Interactive Brokers that you can use this window right there to trade from within Trade Ideas, but you still need a broker. You still need Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers will charge you a commission. So I think to answer your question, trades are not free, but we're not a broker. No, same thing. I mean, your Schwab account. I mean, if Schwab doesn't charge you a commission, we don't charge to trade. You know, we charge for the scanner. We generate the alerts. If you want to trade this, I mean, we don't charge a commission. No. So whatever your broker charges as a commission, and you know, in the case of Schwab, I guess right now it's free. Then there are no commissions. Like we don't charge. Make sense? No, that GNLN, that's really starting to move now. What did I say was the next high? 635. So this 635 right here, I mean, that might be resistance. It may not be, but that's the next high looking left on the monthly chart, 635. Well, trade of the week wasn't bad. FUV was not bad at all as an alpha stock. You know, it was trading, but you know, it followed the market. It did follow the market, so I guess it's not really the alpha stock. I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure. Um, you know, I don't know if they're the alpha stocks. TTM has been, you know, it's been kind of mild, but the market has, you know, lifted ever since the, you know, there's the opening candle. So the market has lifted off those lows. Now this IG is on the way here, guys. I mean, this is. I don't know if there's any, again, specific. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news. They did their financing on the 6th, which is last week, but I don't see any specific news on it today for IG. All right, so I am right. So Sean will be in the YouTube room at noon, and he's an options trader. So you can ask him options questions, and you can ask him about, our filters that we have. You better be just kidding, one Stevie. I was all set to delete you because that is so far from the fact. Okay, well. Okay, so I am going to put the link to our YouTube room. So if you want to head over there, I'll be taking my break in about a little over 5 minutes from now. Okay, so there's the link to YouTube. So again, Sean will be there around noon. No earnings plays, really. I mean, CMC is an earnings play. It's the only one that I'm showing up in my earnings plays. Next week, though, what do we got here? Next week, January, well, not quite next week, a week after, earnings season really ramps up. We'll have a lot of the banks, Goldman Sachs, Alcoa that week, and then the following week, we're really ramping up. The only earnings play I see is CMC today. So when you say what is the indicator, you mean how do we get it, Shanky? It's just it takes the volatility of the stock today, the high and the low, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop. Okay, it's sort of proprietary, and the target is nothing fancy. It's just double the smart stop. So if, for instance, you got into this trade right here, 2203. With a 43-cent stop, the target would be 86 cents. Just double it. Okay, on top that's how it's nothing. It's nothing. Again, I always use the term nothing highly scientific. Yeah, Goldman Sachs is on the 19th. So again, somebody said there might be some banks next week, but really, I mean, you get Goldman Sachs, you get Wells Fargo, I think Citi, J.P. Morgan, all in this week, along with Alcoa, and then the following week, we are right smack into earnings season. Really on Friday? Okay, didn't realize that. I thought they were the following week. You're right, though, January 15th. So a few of the banks have earnings on Friday. They must have upped it then, Martin. I think last earnings season they were all in the same week with Goldman Sachs, and so maybe they decided to release a little bit earlier. I may be wrong, but could have sworn they were all in the same week. Well, this is really ripping here. This GNLN, man. So it easily took that high out, 635. Next high looking left is, wow, 968. Not saying it's going to get there, but on the monthly chart, let's take a look on the weekly chart for GNLN. And the answer is, so it looks like 672 on the weekly chart, right around this area here. Great couple of weeks. Wow. Of course, this is only the first day of the week. All right, so remember I demonstrated how you can take a trade on a pullback. That was the FUV. We put that in here, took the trade on that pullback to that level there. It took the trade. This is in the simulator. Now, of course, if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. Or I can get out at half my trade, or I could double my position. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I don't think Sean is in, he's not in the room yet, but I just want to so again, for all you option traders, you can head over to the YouTube feed once I'm on a break, and he's going to take over. He'll be there between 12 and 1. I better become a better pullback player, man. That worked out incredibly well. taking the trade on that pullback. Yeah, I'm not a great pullback trader, but I just really wanted to show you, those of you who are, how you can easily use the simulator to get into pullback trades. Well, I don't know what to think about. I mean, obviously, Bitcoin's took a huge hit over the weekend. There's this is the ETF that I use for Bitcoin, GBTC. I don't, if you're asking me where I predict it's going, I have no idea. I mean, obviously, it took a huge hit over the weekend, as most of the Bitcoin stocks. Maras, the riots, and a whole slew of other ones. But it's trying to it's putting a little bit of a pop here, but is that going to last? I don't know. I mean, it looked here that okay, we're going to have a bit of a rally, and then it just stalled, went right back down. Yeah, it did bounce off the VWAP 3712 approximately, but yeah, I don't make predictions like that. I have no idea where Bitcoin's going. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube feed, and then I'm going to take my break. All right, Sean, I see you there. Okay, so again, notify me in Slack when you want me to start streaming. All right, I'm stopping the stream, my stream right now. All right, Sean, I see you there. Okay, so again, notify me in Slack. Streaming. Streaming. All right, I'm stopping the stream.
Well, hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Thank you, Barry, for the handover. For those of you who don't know, this next hour is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session. This is dedicated simply to allowing you to ask questions about the software. If you have any questions about any of the features, not quite sure what to do or how to do it or how to interpret anything you see on your screen, this is the session for the next hour to ask those questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. My standard disclaimer at the top of every one of these shows is, I know enough to be dangerous with trade ideas, but I don't know the answers to everything. But anything I don't know, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get the help you need. So hope everybody had a great weekend. Go Buffalo Bills. I'm a big Bills fan. Don't hold it against me. It's been a liability for most of my life. But this year, special team. Even though they just eked it out this weekend. Oh my goodness. So guys, this session is going to be driven by you and by the questions that you ask. I don't have any prepared content other than updating my stop losses on my open swing trade positions that I have here in the simulated trading account that I'm demoing for all of you. And in fact, while I wait for the first series of questions, why don't I do that? I'll demo how I adjust my my stop losses on all my open positions. So you'll see in my Brokerage Plus window here, these are all my open swing trades. These are trades I've been in for several weeks, couple months in some cases. Again, this is the simulated trading account, so let's not all get carried away with all my open profits. While they do look nice, I am demoing the simulated trading. But as you can see here, these are all my open positions. I have them sorted by open P&L, so the biggest winner is at the top and the biggest losers are at the bottom. And what I like to do is, as a swing trader, and this is how I would swing trade with real money if I were managing open positions with live positions. I always have a working stop loss order open, and I always want to drag my stop losses higher as stocks go my way. And as you can see, this AMAT is really ripping, really going my way. I got a stop loss level here where if I get taken out at this level, which is what, 83.31, you can see there on in the margins. If I were to get taken out there, I'll walk away with approximately $1,500 profit. If you look at my Brokerage Plus window here, you can see I'm currently sitting on a $2,400 open profit. So if this were to roll over and hit my stop loss, that's about what I would make. I love that little feature that you could see that. But I'm going to drag my stop loss order up. This trade is working and no need to have so much open risk. I'm going to move my stop loss order to right there, right around 90 bucks. Notice how I just got to drag and drop. The P&L here changes as I move. That's a really great feature that I love. So I dragged and dropped. It's going to take a second here. It's going to refresh. And there it is. There's my stop loss order. If my stop loss order gets hit now, I should walk away with approximately $1,900 90 win. That's great, right? Excuse me as I take a sip of my smoothie there. All right, let's work down the rest of my positions. I'm going to move some more stop losses up. This Z-Lab is working well. I'm going to lock this up to about right here. And guys, I'm just eyeballing these stop loss orders. There's no science or math here, really. I've been trading for 23 years, and I'm a very visual person. I'm just looking for obvious levels on charts where an uptrend would clearly be broken. I'm going to drag this up just a little bit to right there. Notice I never move my stop loss orders down. I only move them in the direction of the trend. That's a best practice that will serve you well over the long run. Okay, this one's got a bunch of open profits since we got into the trade. Let's move this stop loss order up to here. I don't want this stock to get into that gap and fill it. I want that gap to hold. So I'm going to drag my stop loss order there. This one, I'm just going to drag my stop loss up to my break even. That blue horizontal line there where it says 92.75 B plus, that's my entry price, by the way. So I'll drag my stop loss there to break even. I'll leave that one where it is. I'll bet the rest of these, we can move this one up a little. Just a scotch. I think the rest of these are probably going to stay put. We don't have a whole lot of open profits in these positions. You know what? This one I've been in for a few weeks now. So because I've been in it for so long, I'm just going to drag my stop loss order to break even. Drag this up just a little bit. Guys, you noticing how easy this is? Just go through charts and drag and drop your stop loss order. This is one of my favorite features and a relatively new feature on Trade Ideas. For a swing trader like me, I'm a swing trader, who visualizes charts. I love this feature. I just think it's so great and it's so easy. Okay, that's all my open positions. So there we go. I went through that little exercise there. Adjusted my stops. For those of you who like to manage portfolios of swing trades, Brokerage Plus makes it super easy. I had a couple stop loss orders hit today. It says MYOV. Yep, sold off. What else? OSB. Yeah, just trends that the trends are dying. So my stop loss orders got hit and I got taken out. All good. Yeah, Martin. Bills play. Who do they play? Baltimore next week. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. At least the Bills were able to have some fans in the stands this week, which was nice, and I imagine that'll continue next week. So hopefully that'll help a little bit. It ain't like the home field advantage we're used to, though. So I got a little music playing in the background. I hope it's not too loud for you all. If it is, let me know. Well, yeah, if you're a Patriots fan, you and I can't be friends. I'm sorry. Yes, Martin. Well, yes and no, Martin. Brokerage Plus is actually available to all subscribers, but there's varying levels of things you could do, whether you have a standard or a premium subscription. Brokerage Plus is available to everybody. Everybody can point and click, buy and sell stocks. You need a premium subscription to enable auto trading of your own strategies and auto trading the Holly AI. Chris, I love your enthusiasm. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Martin, we'll talk next week. It is good to see. Well, as a somebody who's been following the Bills my whole life, 'cause I grew up in Buffalo, it's good to see the Bills and the Dolphins, getting back to where they used to be. I think the whole world is tired of the New England Patriots. Sorry, Aya. I think we're all, and Chris, sorry to you too, buddy. I think the whole world is tired of the Patriots. We're ready for something new, and I'm 100% biased, but boy, I loved it back in the day when the Bills and the Dolphins, Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, were just running the show in the East for a whole decade. That was fun. I want that back. You're right. Let's not get carried away. Well, come on, man. You can't argue with what Josh Allen and that offense in Buffalo is coming together, the way that's coming together. You're probably right, Chris. You're probably right. God, that Belichick. All right, we're getting off topic here. This is what happens, folks, when we don't have questions about the software. We start rambling about other things. In this case, football. So far, the Holly AI, I'm going to go to the Omni AI channel here. It shows all the AI trades so far today. I apologize. My computer loads really slow when I'm sharing my screen, so sorry for the slow transitions there. You can see all the Holly AI trades today. Not quite a banner day for Holly AI. There have been some good trades, though. This AEP short trade was pretty awesome for those of you who got into it or who are still in it. It could have another leg down, especially if the market cooperates. I mean, I think the downtrend in this thing pretty much stopped when the S&P found a bottom. No surprise. Well, safe. I'm not exactly sure what you want me to say about these things. Volume, average volume, float, relative. But I can tell you this. Anytime, let's open up a top list window here. I'm just going to open up a generic top list window. And I'm going to go into the search tab. And anytime you've come across a filter that you're not sure what it does, okay? Let's talk about, let's say, relative volume, okay? If you're clicking on that filter and you don't know what that does or what it should do or what the output is or what the input is, here's a little thing. This is a little feature that's kind of hidden in plain sight. Excuse me. It's hidden in plain sight and people miss it all the time. But if you click on this filter, on any one of these, but let's click on relative volume. You see this little help button right here in the bottom left? If you click help, that will launch your web browser. It will take you right to our definitions page. And, take you right to the definitions page. And once it fully loads, it'll be right there at the top. Here it is, relative volume. And it will tell you a very robust definition of what that particular filter or alert is doing. How it's calculated, what the output is, how to interpret it, all that stuff. It's right here in the definitions page. So anytime you come across an alert or filter, you're not sure what it is, just highlight it and click the help button. I promise you, I use that thing every day. Even though I've been a user of Trade Ideas since 2008 and I've been an employee here for many years, I still don't know every definition and what things mean. And so I use this feature on an almost daily basis. Martin, the AI channels, everybody can see, whether you have a standard subscription or a premium subscription, you can see the channel buttons here on your channel bar. But if you don't have a premium subscription and you go to click on, like, say, the Holly AI channel, you just won't see any data here. You won't see any of the trades. Okay? Once this fully loads here, again, my computer hangs so much. But you won't see any of the trades here. These are the open trades currently. These are the trades that have closed. All this will be blank to you if you don't have a premium subscription. Christopher, anytime you have any questions, if you can't get them answered here in the live Q&As, you could always send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm going to type it here into the questions panel there in the chat. You could always send questions to info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best way to get help. We also have a live chat feature on our website during regular trading hours. You can hit us up there. But generally, the live Q&A session, I think, is the best because whatever question you have, we can walk you through the answer right here on the screen. We also have a YouTube channel. Well, you're on the YouTube channel, really. If you click on the little button underneath the video where it says Trade Ideas, you can go to our channel, and we have hundreds of hours of videos, both short videos and long videos that cover every feature of the platform. So chances are any question you have, it's covered by a video somewhere. Dom, that's a great question. Any ETA on adding commission-free brokerage or commission-free broker to Brokerage Plus? We are working on that. We're trying to set that up with E-Trade and TD Ameritrade, but I don't have an ETA on when that'll be available. It's a work in process right now. It's being tested as we speak. I know because I'm in the meetings where they talk about it every week. But I don't have an ETA. I mean, there's a lot of testing that goes on with that. I mean, look, we're talking about real money here, right? We have to make sure that orders are getting executed the way you want them to. And there's also a lot of it that's out of our hands. We have to work with the brokerages on their side, and they don't always work at the speed we want them to. But it is in process, and we hope to have E-Trade and TD Ameritrade on at some point. Maybe even Tastyworks. Hopefully, that would be cool. It's coming. I just don't know when. You're welcome, Chris. You're welcome. Could you show us how we can use the options channel for swing trading? Well, I'm not sure it's exactly set up for that, but we do have an options channel. Here it is, unusual options. And what this channel, all this is really trying to draw your attention to is stocks where there is elevated options activity. Meaning these stocks are seeing more volume in their options than are typically happen on a typical trading day, right? So this ticker here, for example, MESO, must be exhibiting more options volume today than it usually does. Trade Ideas has a very limited filter set for options. We're not built for options trading. In fact, if I open up a topless window and go to search tab and just search options, you'll see the entirety of our options related filters. It's not a whole lot, and it's all just centered around total volumes. We don't have any strike specific data. We don't have any expiration specific data. We don't have any spreads data, volatility, all the things that are very important to an active hardcore options trader, which I am, by the way. If you're looking for that stuff, you'll be disappointed. This is really, we have this options volume data, which just adds color for stock traders, really. But that said, if you're a directional options trader, if all you do is buy calls when you're bullish and buy puts when you're bearish, that's great. You would use Trade Ideas just like a stock trader would use it. You would use it to help you generate ideas of where, what stocks are moving and where they're moving. It'll give you, stocks to take action on, and then you could take an options trade with them. Now, one little thing that I would advise is whenever you're creating a top list, like if your goal is to just trade options on stocks, you probably know that not every stock has options, right? Not every stock is optionable, as they say. So one thing you'll want to do in all of your top list or alert windows, you're going to want to add a filter for options volume. Okay, I would add this filter and set the minimum to 1. Okay, See this right here? What this does is it requires that the average stock volume is at least one, or that's in plain English what it says. That means that the stock today has traded at least one option contract. Therefore, you know that it is optionable. If the stock hasn't traded any options today, that means one of two things, probably both. It means the stock doesn't have listed options, or it might have options, but nobody trades them. There's no volume there. I don't think you want to be involved in those either. So if you are looking to make directional bets using options, buying calls, buying puts, you could use trade ideas to get ideas for sure. Just make sure in your top list and alert windows you use this options volume filter and set the minimum to 1. Therefore, you'll only get alerts on stocks you could actually trade options on. Okay, that'll make your life a little easier. So yes, Martin, right now the only brokers that are connected to Trade Ideas for purposes of live trading is Interactive Brokers. That is correct. You can see here in my Brokerage Plus window, if I wanted, I could connect to a Interactive Brokers account. That's my only option currently. Like I said, though, we hope to have more on soon. Dom, I don't know the release date for the next beta version, but our developers release a new beta version seemingly every week. So it won't be long. The next release will be very shortly, happening very soon. No doubt about it. Martin, the coloring that you see in rows, like in my top list here, the level, the greens here. Let's see. If I want to see why these colors are what they are, I could right click in the window. I could go to Properties and go to Select Colors, and I will see. Let's bring this over here. What's happening is the colors are keying off of change from the close. You can see right here. That's what's happening here. And so the stocks that are down the most will be the deepest red, and the stocks that are up the most will be the deepest green. Okay, so that's all the horizontal colors here. And then there's a special colors applied just to this column here, the change in 5 days. If I want to see what that is, I got to right click on that column header. Custom colors. These are colors that just apply to this column, okay? And it's being based on change in 5 days, which that's what the column is. So the darker green is the more it's up, and the darker red is the more it's down. Yeah, Christopher, yeah, man. If you're a swing trader like I am, it's super easy to just click through all your open positions and drag and drop your stop loss orders. I mean, that works for me. I know that doesn't work for everybody. That's the way I swing trade. It's pattern recognition. I'm just looking for obvious levels on a chart where a trend is broken, and then I drag my stop loss order to that level. Could there be a better way? Of course there is. Of course there is. But I'm trying to keep my life simple so I could just manage a large portfolio of positions and just, engage in a best practice that I could get ripped through it pretty easily, once a day. Once a week, that's what I do. All right, folks, we're 20 minutes into our 1 hour session. I see that there's a number of people who've logged in or joined us since I first started. And just a little reminder for those of you who didn't hear it, this is the live Q&A session going until the top of the hour. And it's driven by you, the readers, or not the readers, the watchers, the listeners. Whatever questions you have, that's what we talk about. Otherwise, we don't have anything to talk about. We'll probably go back to talking about football again. But this is your opportunity to ask questions about features on the platform that you're not quite sure of, and I'll do my best to walk you through the answers on the screen, how to do whatever it is you're looking to do. And we do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a different person that hosts every day. I typically do Mondays. Steve Gomez typically does Tuesdays. Michael Noss does Wednesdays. Jamie Hodge on Thursday. Andy Lindloff on Friday. And every once in a while we bring in Chris Varley as a pinch hitter to fill in where needed. And by the way, there's 92 of you all here watching and listening, which, by the way, welcome. I'm glad you're here. And I promise you, if you're sitting on a question that you're not sure you want to ask, whether it's a beginner's question or an expert level question, I promise you, if you ask that question and we go through an answer, not only will you benefit, but there's probably somebody else on this call who would also benefit from hearing that exercise. So don't be shy. If you got a question, throw it out there. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're so tired of winning. I feel so bad for you. I know winning can be exhausting. I know. You're getting close to a ban. I'm gonna ban you. I'm just kidding. I won't do that. Well, Christopher and Saif, we don't have an options trading class or training because, again, our software is built for stock traders. That's 100% our focus is stock trading. We do have some options data that just gives more color for a stock trader. So no, we don't do any options training classes here. It's just not in our wheelhouse. Steve Martin, the comedian, the famous comedian, is here. And I'm sure you've heard that a million times, so I apologize. I'll stop that joke because it's probably not a joke to you. Okay, question. Steve's asking, how do I get buy and sell indicators on charts? Well, the buy and sell indicators are a feature of the Holly AI. So if I go to a Holly AI channel here, and once it fully loads, I'll start clicking on some open positions that we have. So let's go ahead and click on EXPD. And you will see the Holly AI blue line there. That's the entry. And you can see where our stop loss level is. Okay. So that's, well, at least on the intraday chart, it's a 5-minute chart. You can see our entry. You can see the stop loss level. The profit target is up here. It's off the screen, but it's up here where the green area is. Now, if I go to some, let me pull up a different ticker here. You'll notice, and maybe this is what you were talking about, Steve. I apologize here. Maybe you might be talking about these little buy buttons here and the sell buttons, the arrows, within a chart. All these are doing is these are showing you past Holly entries. So if I hover my mouse over here, it'll tell me on November 2nd, it was a buy signal at 60.08. So if there was a past Holly entry, you'll see the past buy signals as well as any sell. The sell will be for short trades, not a sell to go with this buy, because the way Holly is currently constructed is built for day trading. Okay. Now, if those aren't showing on your screen, you could right click in the chart and go to properties. And right there, see where it says show AI trades? Make sure you got to check next to that box and that will show you the AI trades. I hope that answers your question, Steve. Let me know and we'll dig in more. Just to finish my thought on options there a minute ago, for those of you looking to learn options, look, I'm an options trader and I have another gig where I'm an options strategist for a research firm called All Star Charts. But for those of you who are total beginners to options trading, if you want to learn how to options trade, for my money, the best place to go, and it's completely free, I'm going to put the link here in the notes here or in the chat, tastytrade.com. Go check those guys out. They have archives of so much free education and videos covering the basics all the way up to the advanced. If you want to learn how to trade options, my friends at Tasty Trade are the people to go to. So there you go for those of you asking about options. Are there any other entry suggestions without AI? No, there are not. The AI is the feature that gives you buy and sell based on algorithms from the AI. But everything else, I mean, look, any of these other channels, if you go to, if there are alert windows or multi-strategy windows, like here's a multi-strategy window here. I mean, these are stocks that are moving. You might want to take positions in these things, right? I mean, these are just ideas. We're not telling you what to do. We can't tell you what to do, but these are trades that are setting up. I mean, this thing's been on a nice ride all day. Nice name, right? Ticker ride, and it's been on a ride all day. It's a nice move. But yeah, Martin, anytime, just an alert window or a multi-strategy window. You can create it to fire off alerts based on whatever indicators are important to you. I mean, that's the thing about trade ideas, guys, is that, yeah, we got all these channels here that are great for reference and ways to find things that might be interesting to you. But at the end of the day, the people who get the most value out of trade ideas are the people who come to trade ideas knowing there's something that they want to do. They have like a strategy in mind, or they have a idea in mind of the types of stocks they're looking for. If you have at least a basic understanding of what you want to do, then trade ideas becomes very powerful, because then you can use the platform to help you find those specific things that you're looking for, right? You could leverage the technology to make your life easier instead of having to scan 1,000 charts all day long, so that you don't miss any development in stocks that you're interested in. You could build top lists and alert windows to help you to take all the heavy lifting out of that. So you just sit back and watch those windows and wait for things to happen based on your criteria. And all these channels here, I mean, they're all great. They're great for reference. And, there's like things where you could go zero in on earnings plays, or you can go into the pre-market channel, see what's moving in the pre-market, stocks that are being talked about on social media, stocks that are undergoing a short squeeze. I mean, that's what these channels can do. But none of these channels are really, at least I don't think, I mean, some might disagree with me, but none of these channels are meant to be standalone. I only hang here and I only trade with these channels. You can, but really they're just meant to be a place for people to see what's possible with the platform, to find little windows and features that you might find useful, and incorporate those into your own custom layouts that have just what you want, right? So right now we're on, what channel are we on? We're on the EV related channel. So let's say I'm over here and man, I've been watching this multi-strategy window and it's really been working for me today. It's sending me trades that I really love. If you want to take this window, just this window alone, and add it to a custom layout that you're building, instead of recreating this window from scratch, all you need to do is just right click in the window, hit save or share to cloud. Here's the name of it. You can save it right there in your cloud. Every Trade Ideas customer has a cloud account with unlimited storage. I've just saved that window to my cloud. Now, if I go load one of my custom layouts, right, let me close my Brokerage Plus window for a minute, or minimize it. And if I want to take that multi-strat window that I just saved to my cloud from that other channel and import it here into this blue area, now all I need to do is go to my TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud. The window I just saved is right there at the top, EV related multi-strategy stream. I just highlight it, hit load, and look at that. It opens up on my screen. I can move it around, resize it. And if I love it and I want it to stay here and I want this to be a permanent feature of my layout, I just have to make sure that I save my layout once I've made the changes. So I just go here, File, Save Layout. That's my default layout. I hit save and boom. But I'm actually not going to replace it because I don't want that on my custom layout, but that's how you would do it. All right, folks. All right, see some questions came in. Let me catch up. Dom asks, can you please walk us through how you have managed your past winning trades, especially when you took profit and where you moved your stop loss? Okay, Dom, those are fair questions. The way I do it, and full caveat here, folks, just because I do it this way doesn't mean you should do it this way. I'm just telling you, what works for me. So all these positions are positions I'm in right now. And the way I've been in these trades is once I've entered, I'm just dragging my stop loss order up as it goes my way. I never lower my stop loss order. And I should maybe mention that when all these trades were initiated, when they first went on, every one of them was risking no more than $200 of my capital. You'll notice I've in this position column or share size column, you can see I have different shares, different number of shares for every trade. Why? Because I sized all my positions such that if my stop loss order gets hit, my original stop loss order gets hit, I would lose no more than $200. Okay? So that's why all these position sizes are different, but the risk was the same across all of them. But as they've gone my way, I like to drag and drop my stop loss order. So when I first got into AMAT back on November 2nd, which was following this Holly entry right back here. So I got in right, you can see actually the blue line shows you where I entered, right? So it's B plus, that's my entry. And as this stock has continued moving my way, I've dragged my stop loss order. My stop loss at one point was down here. Then I moved it up here. Then for a while, I think even up till today, it was like right below this support. And today I've moved it up even higher. I mean, there's no science to that, Dom, to be honest. And by the way, I don't have a profit target on these. I let these things go as long as they want to go. Okay, I'm never going to sell at the top. If you sell at the top, you never have a chance to turn a 10% winner into a 20% winner into a 50% winner, right? I want the market to tell me it's over. I want the market, the price of the stock to roll over to tell me that it's over. I don't want to make the decision that it's over, okay? One of the best trades of the year, just to give you a great example, Peloton was one that we were in last year. We got into Peloton somewhere around here. I think it was right in here. And look at this thing. I mean, it went from 60 in the 60s up to 140 at one point. We got out on this reaction down here. We got it sold out here. We didn't sell at the top, but when we got in back in June and we're up 20%, is that where I take my profit? I don't know. Now we're up 60%. Do I take my profit here? Well, if I did, then I missed this whole part. So I never have a profit target because you never know how far a stock's going to go. You just never know. India, the calendar tab for IB, I don't believe that's a finished product just yet. I think that's still a work in progress. Sanchez, we're not going to be able to help you with credit spreads. Trade Ideas does not have that kind of data for options. Sam, I see your question regarding linking. Are you talking about you're trying to externally link Trade Ideas to Thinkorswim? Is that what you're trying to do? That can be done. I do know that Thinkorswim is a little finicky. And so the best way to get that helped out is come into our live chat on our website. Go to trade-ideas.com. Find our live chat button. It should be in the bottom right corner of the screen. Probably Bill or William will be able to help you with the external linking. I know Thinkorswim could be a little finicky. It works. Trust me, it works. I've used it, but it can be a little finicky, and the tech guys can help you work through that. Frederick, we're not pumping stocks here, especially microcap penny stocks. That's not what we're doing. This is a Q&A on how to use the platform. Dom, what am I looking for when I'm moving my stop losses up? Again, it's I mentioned this earlier. For me, it's just gut feel. Well, not really gut feel. It's pattern recognition. I'm just looking at the charts. I'm looking for a place where it tells me an obvious reversal has taken place. I've been a trader for 23 years, and I think I've got a pretty good feel of what an uptrend looks like. And so I'm just picking obvious spots on charts where if the stock were to trade below that level, that tells me that the trend is over. It's not science. It's not perfect. It's not optimal, but it works for me. Yes, Martin, trade ideas can be extended to multiple monitors. I don't have a multi-monitor setup here, so I can't demo that for you. But yeah, you could, if you had an adjacent monitor, you could, like, say, grab a window and move it over to the other monitor. You could do that, yes. Yeah, Chris, I do recommend that you check in on your open positions at least once a day. If you're a swing trader, I do recommend you check in at least once a day. Make sure you got your stop losses in the right spots. And Dom, you get stopped out a lot when you move your stop loss. Well, if you don't want to get stopped out, maybe you're moving your stop losses too tight. You know, I mean, if a stock's moving, you got to give it room. I mean, if a stock's having a big move, it's going to be volatile. Okay? Volatility is the name of the game on a big move. You want volatility, but you also have to recognize that you can't put your stop loss levels too close to the action. You'll just get picked off in any meaningless pullback. Now, I mean, I know it's more of an art than a science. There's a lot of schools of thought on how to trail a stop loss. I know there's a lot of people that like to follow a stop with like a 2 ATR. Stop ATR meaning average true range. So whatever the average range of the stock is on a day, double that and place your stop loss order 2 ATR from the high price that you've been in while in the trade. I mean, I'm not saying it's the right way, but I know a lot of people do things like that. All right, let's see. Let me catch up here. So, Sam, you saved your default layout and you got it on an extended screen, but it doesn't work. You might need to go to our tech support for that. But I know sometimes what happens is if you're opening windows on multiple screens, go into your Trade Ideas menu bar here and go to File. No, I'm sorry. Go to Tools and then Options. And on the Layouts screen here, you might want to uncheck this box where it says Open Relative to Main Window. It might be something with this. Again, I don't have a multi-monitor layout or setup, so I don't play around with this at all. So I'm only going on my hunch, but I think you might want to experiment with this little toggle button. But definitely come into our live chat. Go to trade-ideas.com, find our live chat there, and one of our technicians should be able to help you with that. So folks, we got a little under 20 minutes here left in the Q&A session. So if you're sitting on a question, on a topic that we haven't covered yet today, now's a great time to ask it. Looks like the S&P wants to go higher. I got a little static S&P chart that I keep open in the right-hand corner of my screen. This is a 15-minute chart. We had a pretty... I'm not going to say a monster gap down, but we had a worthwhile gap down open today. This is this morning. But we have since chugged higher, filling that gap. It's a bull market, you know. You guys subscribing to the free Trade Ideas Trade of the Week email? If not, you should be. It's one trade. We publish it every Monday morning. One trade, and it could make your week. And this was today's Trade of the Week. Look at this thing. Look at it open this morning. It triggered pretty early, and this thing is just going, going, going. The daily chart looks beautiful. This stock could have another 3, 4, 5-day run. Let me find that link for you guys. If you're not signed up for the free Trade Ideas Trade of the Week email, you're doing yourself a disservice. I'm going to find the sign up link here for you. Just give me one sec. Where is it? Why can't I find it? There it is. Trade of the Week sign up. Okay. Trade of the Week sign up. Okay, I just put it in the chat window. You guys, check it out. Check it out. The performance on the Trade of the Week series has been off the charts. My man, Steve Gomez, runs it. Today Trader on Twitter. If you guys follow anybody on Twitter, or if you're on Twitter, his handle is Today Trader. He's been running the Trade of the Week for a long time. And boy, the last 6 to 12 months, it's just been lights out. And it's simple, guys. It's one trade a week. You can manage that. Chris, you're trying to bait me. You're trying to bait me into football talk. I know. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I'll just say this and I'll end it. The Bills are for real, brother. They're going to be good for a long time. You'll see. They're the new class of the AFC East. I think it's going to be Bills-Dolphins atop the AFC East for a little while now. All the pieces are in place. All right, folks. We got 15 minutes left. When I'm done here, I'm going to pass the screen back to Barry in the live trading room, and you guys will have the live trading room here on this channel until the end of the trading day. Hi, Frederick. Yeah, you can click that link up there for Trade of the Week sign up. Just put your email in and you'll be all signed up. Mustafa, you've been trying to sign up and it wouldn't work? Okay, let me try something here. Let me check something out. Yeah, so you go to that link that I shared for you. You click Get Free Instant Access. You type in your first name and your email. Hit Get Started Now, and you'll be all set. All right, let me try something here. Trade of the Week sign up. Okay. So I'm going to go here. You guys can watch me on my screen. I've gone to the Trade of the Week page that I linked there in the chat room. I'm going to click Free Instant Access. I'm going to type in my name, Sean. I'm going to type in my email address, sean@tradeideas.com. Get started now. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'll bet you your email address did get captured and you will be signed up, but it shouldn't go to this page. So, all right, guys, thanks for that bug. Let me report that to my website guy and see what we can see what's up with that. Okay, Martin, I'm glad you signed up. I mean, I don't know if you get any confirmation email, a follow up once you sign up. You'll just, next time the next trade of the week is published, which will be Monday morning, a week from today, you'll get your first email. But I just did ping my website guy here, Scott, let him know what's up, and hopefully get that fixed. So I would say maybe check back on it later today if you want, and sign up again if you're worried. I'll bet you got signed up though. Thanks for catching that though, guys. I mean, that helps. That helps everybody. All right, Frederick, I'm glad you're all signed up. Cool. In fact, if you go to Trade Ideas on Twitter, if you go to our Twitter page, in fact, I just had it up here. Let me pull it up. If you go to, profile, I'm just going to show you a tweet that we did. We shared the performance of the trade of the week recently. It's unbelievable. Check this out, guys. The win rate on trade of the week is 71%. I mean, that's a nice stat, but not the stat that we really care about. What we really care about is average win. The size of the winner is 10% of our average winners. Our average losers is about 4%. And look at this return since March 1st. 157% return. Are you kidding me? On a $10,000 account, just taking one trade a week, and you don't even trade every week because not every trade fires. But one trade idea a week, if you follow the plan that's laid out in each email, this is what you would have done. I mean, granted, look, guys, it's been a bull market, right? A rising tide lifts all boats, but come on, 158% return since March 1st, just doing one trade a week from Trade Ideas? Guys, this is free. Why not? Why not use it? It's crazy. It looks beautiful on the 12-minute chart. Yeah, I mean, this was this week's trade of the week. It was this was published this morning. So far, so good. Looking great. Yeah, Christopher. Yeah, Christopher. And by the way, guys, if Steve Gomez is the one who runs the trade of the week for us, and he hosts these live Q&As on Tuesdays. So if you got the time and the bandwidth, come on back tomorrow, same time, and hear from the man himself, Steve Gomez. You could pick his brain on how he picks the trade of the week and what he uses within Trade Ideas to do it. Steve is one of the good guys, great educator, very smart, very knowledgeable. He's been trading even longer than me. We both started in the 90s, but he started before me. All right, folks, we're heading the turn into the last part of our hour here. Got about 7 minutes left. So if you're sitting on a question, now's the time to ask it, folks. Otherwise, I'm going to pass you back to Barry in the trading room soon. But yes, Martin, we do these trading sessions every trading day starting at noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific. Every trading day. I believe this upcoming Monday, a week from today, is a holiday. I think it's Martin Luther King Day. So there's no trading on that day, and there will be no live Q&A that day. But whenever the markets are open, we do our live Q&As. It really is the best place to get questions answered. Because it's one thing to interact with us over email or live chat, but at least here in the live Q&A, we can share our screens with you and walk you through, walk you through to the answers. Anybody trading the smalls? We got the small exchange channel here on Trade Ideas. Smalls are futures-like products that trade just like stocks. They're great for people who have small accounts because you could day trade these. Even if you have under $25,000 in your account, these are not subject to the pattern day trade rules. So you can day trade these all day long, no matter the size of your account. And there's no uptick rule, so you can get short just as easily as you can get long. It's pretty good. Okay, everybody. I'm talking to Scott here, back channel, about the Trade of the Week sign up. I got a new link here. This one that might work better for you guys. Trade of the Week sign up. There, I just put it in the chat panel there. That might be a better link. Give that one a try, guys. Yeah, I'm working through it and it seems to work just fine. Cool, cool, Mustafa. I'm glad that worked for you. And Frederick. I'm told the link I was sending you to was an old link, and then we refreshed our website a little while ago, and apparently something busted there on that page. But it still should have still signed you up. You just, it was weird that you had that broken page there, confirmation page. All right, folks, about to issue last call for questions. Have I bought Norwegian shares before? No, Frederick, I have not. I've only traded U.S. stocks. I've never traded anything outside of the U.S. So everybody, once we wrap up here in the next minute or so, we're going to pass you back to the live trading room with Barry Einerson. He'll take you up into the close. The live trade room is a great way to look over the shoulder of an active trader using trade ideas, trading with real money. Great way to see the platform in action. Thanks, Chris. So Barry's about to log in here soon, and I'll pass the mic over to him. So last call for questions, everybody. Last call. And by the way, I'm here from Scott. From those of you who did sign up on the Trade of the Week, old Trade of the Week link, even though it was busted after you got to the confirmation page, your email address was still captured, so you will be set up for the Trade of the Week emails. And they come out on Monday mornings. So you guys saw the performance. It speaks for itself. Why not? It's free, right? It's curated by Steve Gomez, an excellent trader, an excellent man. Just, he knows what he's doing, and the numbers prove it out. That's for sure. All right, folks. I think this is it. We've run out of questions. Great session today. We had a lot of great questions. Even had a little football talk. Thanks for that, you guys. Go Bills. Barry, I'm passing it back to you. Everybody, trade them well. Come on back tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do it again. Steve Gomez will be your host tomorrow. Ask him anything about the trade of the week. Take care, everybody.
Okay, we have wow, look at this. We've just got a halt here. Volatility halt for CCIV. And look at the volume that came in. This is another one of the SPACs. Man, big dollar move in no time at all. Halted. I don't know if I've seen this one. Oh, yeah, I have. Churchill Capital. I recognize the name. Look at this. I mean, it's done nothing really since it SPAC'd itself. And then all of a sudden today, well, William, I know you're not going to want to hear this, but 376,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Time for you to make the switch. I know your daughter, doesn't she have IB? Oh, I thought she had IB also. Okay. All right, guys, it is 1:01, so I think I'm going to do my video right now. So before I do that, I'll just pop my homepage link into the room. No, Kaiser, but I mean, when you say I have no idea. You know, you ask me like $10. I mean, you have to call IB. I don't. I have no idea what commission structure you've got. I don't know how many shares you bought. You know, I mean, it's. Oh no. There's no problem. All right, guys. If you want to subscribe to the videos I do every day. Right there, okay, there's my trading recap. That's what I really should call it. Yeah, 2,000 times 5 cents, yep. It's not showing up. I think you're talking as a Norwegian stock or something. It's not showing up. All right, guys, I am going to do my video right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute. Yeah, so I have no no access to the Norwegian stock exchange, Frederick. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, just taking a look at some of these. So Digital Ally, PFMT, what are you all about? Look at this move, PFMT. So okay, so this CCIV resumed. Yeah, just popped up. Give me a moment here, please. Just a minute, please. All right, I am just watching a couple of things. So somebody asked about earnings plays. The only two I see right now, I mean, the CMC, not really doing too much. Hey, Real, and LEDs, LEDS, probably not doing too much. Getting closer, yeah. ZOM, guys, is getting closer to $1. A big float. I mean, wow. I mean, this is 539 million. It's traded 788 million shares. It's up 100% now. ZOM. All right, so FUV taking a bit of a... So again, guys, if you took this one and you were in at 1580, I don't know what's going to happen for the balance of this week, but I'm not telling you to trade, like, take it off or take, but you have to do what you have to do, but, just be aware of what's happening. Gevo. Well, I mean, obviously over the last few days, it's been choppy as anything. If it takes out 517, maybe it gets going, maybe. But it's been choppy like anything over the last few days. Looks like a week and a half for Gevo. Is there any catalyst for it? Announces concept of net zero projects for, that's all I'm reading, headlines. So I guess there is a little bit of news on it, such as it is. All right, maybe keep an eye on HAP. HAP held 2, or tried to hold 2, and it's starting to move, and a little bit of volume coming into HAPP. Huge, 24 million, 25 million have traded. This will probably, by the end of the day, trade the float at least 4 times. I mean, I've got an alert set up here for this ZOM just in case. You can see right there, look at that monthly chart. I mean, there's some stalling right there. I guess if it can take that out, but I mean, it's already up 100%. Be interesting to see what happens tomorrow now if it can maintain over $1, and that is the ZOM. I still don't even see any news for it. You might want to keep an eye on the Mara if it takes out 24. I mean, it's topped out at 24, but you know, have GBTC alongside it. You want to see GBTC moving also higher. Okay, Frederick, you're starting to pump this. Okay, we can't trade Norwegian stocks. Okay, I know you were talking about that when Sean was in the room. There's almost no point because you're not going to get any takers here. So sorry. So I'm just going to delete that post. Sorry. I mean. And guys, no, thank you. Guys, Mara just took out 24. Mara just took it out. Look at the volume that just came in also. Little heavy, yeah. SPY is making a bit of a move down here. Not affecting Bitcoin. Well, again, I should bring up Bitcoin just to see what's happening. No, Mara is definitely trading on its own here. Look at this move compared to GBTC. Remember that. See, well, a little bit. I mean, GBTC stalling a little bit here, but yeah, Scott. So you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So yes, we are using the trade ideas. Now the AI screening tool is I mean, all you see here. This has got nothing to do with the AI. TRXC. Okay, let's take a look at TRXC. I mean, this looks pretty weak right now. I mean, what did it get up to? 228. Looks like it's trying to fade now. TTM, guys, not bad at all. Look at this, 1522. What did I get up to? 1572. TTM. TTM on the move here. Okay, in stock. If you're not getting it, okay, and I'm assuming you've checked your spam filter. Or your spam. Okay. All I can do is send you to the homepage. Tell them, listen, I've signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting it. Give them your email, and hopefully they can rectify the situation. Okay? Interesting. I do not have TTM as an earnings play. I see TTM races to new high after Jaguar update, but I don't have it as an earnings play actually. We have a January 29th, but yeah, I don't make predictions like that, Frederick. I mean, obviously, the new administration is pretty bullish on solar and clean energy, etc. So, you know, a lot of bets have been placed already ahead of time. Look at TAN. You know, look at the run it's had. So now how it goes from here, you know, I can't make any predictions. Neophotonics, NPTN. What are you doing? Now this could be could stall right around 10. Is surging on India Tesla rumors. That's what I see. I don't see that as an earnings play real. Well, that's sort of the same then. I mean, you know, we've seen this the last week. We saw a couple of them. I still don't see it as a pre-release, but you know, you must have different highlights than I do because I do not see anything on that it's a pre-release. I wish I'd known that. No, I see Q4 results. I do see, but I don't see that either. I'm not, you know, as you know, I'm not disputing it. I just don't see it in a headline because that's almost like a preliminary release of on earnings, which, as you know, last week we had a couple of huge ones that did that. Well, what you see here, Scott, is yeah, this is the basic scanning tools. I have my AI is on another monitor. I don't display it, just not fair. Those of you people who take our premium service, if I'm going to display that all day long. But what you see here is just the basic scanning tools, yes. Okay. I'm surprised IB doesn't have it. Usually IB is pretty good. Anyway. How's Riot doing compared to Mara? Yeah, Riot is looking, well, as expected, looking the same. Mara's a little more buoyant. It's only down 6%, Riot's down 10%. Jup W, okay. You're making me look. Jupiter Wellness, okay. Another cannabis play, okay. SOS, that was definitely needed an SOS. Yeah, pop here, you're right, on some volume. But a big day 2 days ago, but it sold way off. It got up to 413, closed down here at 3. This is Friday, got all the way down here. I think, I can't remember now. Did they do a financing? I can't remember anymore. Might have done a financing. Maybe this gets going if we can take out the high of Friday, which is around 214 or so. There you go. So $1.85. Okay, so it is coming off the financing. Big volume, big volume. That's right. Now I remember these guys. So yeah, they had an announcement. Here's where that day they said, you know what? We're crypto too. And so that was the big pop. Okay, so Scott, when you say you can create look at earnings plays with the standard service, sure. Well, here's a big wow here, big wow. The reason I say that is that's my sound alert here. Wow, wow, wow. For SOS. How does the media talk about promoting or talk? Well, it's probably like, I don't know how they do it in Norway, but it depends. If you're talking about these sort of stocks, Frederick, that are way under the radar, of course they're not going to be on CNBC or any of the major financial networks. So who's got a hold of this? I have no idea. In terms of a promoter, no idea. Well, somebody actually said it was on CNBC though, promoted with Mara. Talked about, if you will. Don't really know how to answer your question. I mean, I mean, you have to take any news you hear on anywhere with a grain of salt to a certain extent. So TTM. So if I look, it's a big float. Also, 411 million in the float. It's a great move. If I look left, the next high is 1714. So I mean, this still has some room. So it'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow, off all this news. All right, guys. Again, for those of you who like the real penny stocks, here's the ZOM, just hovering at $1. You know, if I were going to take this, I would have to see it break this right there, which is $1.05. I mean, look at the volume, 844 million. This will trade the float probably double anyway, even though it's a huge float. Here's another SPAC. Oh, look at the move here from $10 last month and now 13. I don't know if they're, it's always a challenge for me to know who these guys are, like all these guys are looking for, who they're trying to merge with. Here we go. Is this it? Experience investor. Blade and Ross Aviation announced strategic alliance. Is this it? Well, there's a move for GME, guys. Right over 20. GME over 20. So this hit in the pre-market, 2182. So this has room if it wants to keep going. GME. Look at the volume that came into SOS. Now, I know I asked this question last week. We don't have a float for SOS. I think this is the one where we did a survey, and I think we had 10 different float information from different brokers that you guys have. I think ranging from about 7 million to 45 million, I believe. Hard for me to believe it's 45 million, but that's from FinViz. But we had a lot of people putting in what they were seeing from either their brokerage platforms or another site. And it was all over the place for SOS. Oh, here's one from last week. SECO, it did trade off, but now it's over the 200-day moving average. SECO, 53 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. This has room. Look at this on the daily chart. A little bit of room, I'm sorry. It's almost at 3 now. The high right there is 329. Way up here is 350. I mean, obviously, if it got close to that 350, from 3, that would be a nice percentage move. Volume coming in to SECO. So yeah, so who are you going to believe now? Yahoo or Benzinga? Not Benzinga, but Finviz. You know, regarding SOS's float. And then, I guarantee, there'll be 10 different answers from 10 different websites. Look at SLGG. Look at this one going. Gaming stock, SLGG. Look at the volume that has just come into it. SLGG. Again, look left, has some room, 360 level, and I bet you, I'm just going to say, I bet it's going to get halted, and it just got halted. All right, so it just got halted at, let's see, 311. What's stacking up high, guys? 335, 335. Okay, so a couple of scans gave me, the question was, which scan gave me SLGG? Momentum up, number 1. Okay, and it got halted right there. That went, if you're wondering, well, why didn't it get an early alert? Because it went so fast. Okay, it went so fast. And then it has showed up on my halts resumed right there. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it will open at 149 plus 22 seconds. And again, that scan, both those scans, I'm sharing. If you just go to my homepage, so if you click on my homepage link and click on the scans section right there where it says scans, various scans, click here. So momentum up, that showed it. And then of course the halts resume. So all available to you if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber. Okay, one moment, please. My guess is 0, but let's just take a quick look. No, I am wrong. Actually, a lot of shares, 456,000, William. You better make the switch. TTM, guys, another leg up for TTM. All right, we're less than a minute away if it is a 5-minute halt for SLGG. If it's a 5-minute halt, we're less than a minute away from this opening. And it's still stacking up to be 335, 335. So it closed at 311, or it got halted at 311. And right now I'm seeing the bid ask at 335, 335. Doesn't mean it's going to open there. Yeah, we've got 45 minutes so far. Well, not quite. I have another 11 minutes for this to close, this candle. But yeah, half an hour of a down move. All right, guys. So this is obviously not going to be a 5-minute halt. 144, 149.22. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Why do we only see buy signals on the monthly? Are you talking about literally if it says buy like that, Sanchez? These are just previous AI alerts. That's all that means. And it's not on the monthly. I mean, there it is on the daily. Is that what you mean though? Like literally like a little arrow that says buy? Yeah, so I mean, it all depends on, it depends on the size of your chart also. I don't have it on the monthly, for instance, because I think I disabled it. There's a way, yeah, show AI trades. So I disabled it on the monthly. So if you right click a chart and properties, you can either check show AI trades or uncheck it. Okay. Boy, what a move for Mara. Wow. I mean, this is only down $1 now. Okay, makes sense? Sanchez, that makes sense? Okay. Exactly. Mara is, yeah, I mean, it's been on its own. I mean, look at Riot. I don't think Riot has done the same. Well, maybe. But Mara's been more straight up. All right, just kind of watching this SLGG. Still 335, 335. That's what I'm seeing on the bid ask. That has not changed. All right, well, let's see if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. If this is, this will open in 1, 2, boom. There it is. Not anticlimactic this time. So there it was. There was a 10-minute halt, you can see. And now what? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this, okay, so it did pop up to 341. And this looks like it's going to move higher. Well, it's hard to say. The bid ask, I mean, it's all over the place and lots of action. Time and sales are going crazy, which you would expect. Look at that, 1 million shares. I don't know. I don't see any news. Don't see any news on it. You know, other than the fact that the financing last week was at 185, and is that right? Oh no, that was SOS. Sorry. Forget what I said. Forget what I said. I don't see any. It's a gaming stock, you know. I mean, look at GME. GME has been strong. Look at, I mean, GME just moving here. Wow, what a drop from Mara though. Got a high of 25.50 almost, and it drops down to 24. So there's like $1.50 in a heartbeat. No, not quite a heartbeat. Still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, maybe all day except here for the Mara. All right, another little one, I bet. ISR on the way. ISR. ISO-ray, not a low float. Another, wow, look at the week it had last week. I don't think I really even saw ISR last week. 45 cents all the way up to 2, traded back to 139. And now this is continuing. ISR. Now SLGG, look at, so it's a good thing nobody shorted so far. Anyway, SLGG. We did? Okay, Asia, I'll take your word for it that we talked about it last week. Yeah, you're right. ATOS did take out $1. Well, wow, look, well, okay. What I see here is it might struggle to get through that high right there 4 days ago, 121. It's not that far away. If it can take that out, then it's definitely got some room. Okay, okay. Well, depending on the pop. This looked like it might be on its way to 4. All right, guys. Well, there is a war right now at 340 SLGG. Which way is it going to go? All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:03. All right. Well, wow. There's LGG. Just had a big pop here. Yeah, you're right. I mean, eventually, but I mean, anything is going to come down eventually. It's just where. Yeah, well, maybe that was it. 360 high, maybe. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I think here I'm using 4 for relative volume. I think in this one I'm using 4, I believe. No, it varies from window to window. Yeah, I'm using 4 in this one as an example. There's no right or wrong. I mean, you want to see high relative volume, obviously you use a higher number. You may not get that as many alerts, but it's sort of trial and error a little bit. So there's no right or wrong number to use. This exoskeleton EKSO is still on the move here. IKT. Yeah, it hasn't done well. But maybe trying to come back a little bit, but it really has to break out of here. Keep an eye on this HAP. I mean, it's still holding its own at, whoops, too many P's there. It's still holding its own at 2. I mean, this is one of those ones which, if it gets some volume, it could really pop. But look at this, there's no volume yet. Had all the volume at the beginning. But it's holding its own, but you can just sort of see that if all of a sudden you get a volume bar even like that, it could really pop it. 25 million, 8.8 in the float. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert around 215. Doesn't mean I take it there. I want to see, first of all, if it gets up there, but on volume. You want to see a big volume bar. Oh yeah, EKSO just ripping here. So the relative volume, the way we calculated it, is up to the point of the day, the current. So, for instance, if I look at this, that says 4.9. The question was, what is the relative volume? What is it looking at? So there is an official definition which I can't put in the YouTube feed, but I can display it for you. Okay, so you can take a look at this, but basically, in a nutshell, up to the point of this day, like at 213 on average, say over the last 10 days, it is right now, say 4.9 times that value on average. Okay, so it's up to the point of the day, current time. But this is the official, if you can read that. Nothing to do with 15 minutes or last hour. Okay? That's the official definition. Boy, look at this. Some of these big volume bursts coming in. Look at this volume here for NTEC. Coming into that 200-day. Well, it's far enough away. 527. I guess that's far enough away. Look at the float. 3.6 million in the float. I see no news on EKSO. You know, the last news I see is on the 5th to present at the H.C. Wainwright. Maybe they're presenting now. January 11th. I guess that's it, guys. I mean, that's the news they're presenting. And I guess whatever they're saying, investors are liking it, or people are liking it. I hate to use the term investors, but all right. Well, this one is still kind of hanging in here. SLGG. All right, another little one. This DFFN pops up every now and then. Look at the volume that is just coming into it. I find this one is a real, a real one that pops and then just drops. But can't dispute the fact that it is over the high of 4 days ago, DFFN. So I'd like to see some volume come in. It's starting to creep up, this HAPP, but I'd like to see some volume. A little bit of volume on the 2-minute, but I really don't see it on the 15. See, I don't see it. It has to be, I'd say at least that. I mean, there it goes a little bit, guys, the HAPP. Not a little bit. I mean, it's starting to move. All right, well, this one is still moving, DFFN. It's still moving. Here's another one. So this is what's happening, I guess. I guess this Wainwright Biotech conference is today. And these companies must be making a presentation of some sort. You know, it's the same. It's exactly the same news headline as what was for the other one, which was the EKSO, I guess. Yeah, so there must be this conference, this Wainwright conference. I guess it starts today. So I guess a number of companies will present over the course of the week. Well, they actually did a financing. Yeah, I mean, my pet peeve, guys, they did a financing. Didn't realize that. I mean, it wasn't in it. They did a financing during market hours. TNXP. $40 million. Hence the drop. Does SIGL make the Signal application? Oh, I see what you mean. You're talking about literally the app. I don't know. Signal Advance? Doesn't look like it. No, no, no. It's technology. Just, well, unless they've completely changed, this technology detects complex analog signals, pressure flow. So, no. Oh, and this is, yeah, I think people mistook it. That's right. Now I recall reading about it. People mistook it. Well, whatever DFFN is saying, I guess they're saying all the right things. This is shortable for me. Lots of shares available. There's the high of 160 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 160. Man, I just see this happen all the time with this stock, DFFN. Now, this could be the time that it just keeps going. So you see, look at HAP, guys. Did it move a bit? Yeah, it did move a bit, but to get that really big move, I wanted to see like a big volume bar in that 15-minute, like kind of like this. And yes, it's a little bit compared to the previous ones, but you got to see something like this to get it to really, really keep moving. Now there's still 8 minutes left, you know, and so maybe some volume will come in, but it just wasn't enough to keep it moving. HAPP. All right, here's another halt, guys. PSTI, another halt. All right, guys, I'm chewing on a candy, if that's what you, I don't know if you can hear that. And another halt. This is on the way down. Oh, not very much volume. Caspian. Boy, we've had so many halts over the last 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, short at your peril for Triple D. I mean, what a move. Okay, another move for AVGR. Volume. Look at the volume that came in on that 2-minute candle. That's what you want to see. That's what I wanted to see on the HAP, HAPP. Yeah, I just see that now. Yeah, it discloses a 15.45% passive stake in the company. That's ARK Investment with the PSTI. So that was actually volatility and also news. But it got halted because of volatility. But they released the news. So if this is correct, in terms of the bid ask, this is going to be a nice open if you were fortunate enough to get in it before it got halted. Looks like 829, 829 bid ask. So look at this, guys. So we are getting the volume for HAPP. Little bit. No, maybe not. Sorry, I thought this was. It's not how much, it's in relation to the previous volume bars. That's for me anyway. Well, I didn't discuss it too much. I mean, we saw it here, just a break of $1. Okay. Yeah, it's big volume and all. And I think what we said was the high was about $1. Yeah, $1.21. You know, if I can get through that $1.20, yeah, then it's got a shot to get to that 2 level. All right, so SLGG now is starting to drift down. How's that DFN, is it the FFN? Yeah, FFN doing? Not quite. It is not drifting down yet. All right, Spark Energy, SPKE. Not very much volume. Low float. Just looking at something that just popped into my momentum. So you're talking about this, the change symbol box? Okay, so left click on the chart. So the Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you want to do this on. So left click on it, and then I know you're going to say, oh man, just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. Click on change, or you can hit return on your keyboard. So thing is, left click on the chart, just so it knows it's the active chart. And then just start typing. Now, if for some reason it doesn't pop up, then hit the space bar on your keyboard and it should pop up. As I always say, it's way too simple once you know how to do it. But I guess it's not intuitive. It's the left clicking that people don't do. Now, left clicking does not bring up. It just tells Trade Ideas, hey, this is the chart I want to be in. I'm really looking at this as a short, this FFN. All right, so this just resumed. PSTI just resumed. And there's the pop. Wow, that's a big one. It was halted at 782. So it tacked on, wow, over $1. Look at that move. Now you couldn't have got it, guys. Say, why do you trade it? Well, you couldn't have got it here unless you were in already. And then it just immediately just popped. That is a big, wouldn't surprise me if it got halted again. And there it is. Yeah, well, it's good for you, Nazir. I'm toying with the idea of a scalp short on this DFFN. I just put a stop at the high right there, assuming it doesn't blast right through 133. Oh, it's just, there we go. Of course, if you had our program, you don't need to rely on me. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of watching this DFFN. I mean, this is the only reason I'm looking at it because I think it could easily fall right back down to that dollar level. This is a stock that does this a lot. I'm not telling anybody to do this. Definitely a big volume day, though. 10 million for the DFFN. Well, it's not stacking up that way. 924 and 925 is what I see. So it's not like before, the bid ask was way above that first halt. So it's not stacking up. Doesn't mean it's not going to go there, but at this point, it is not stacking up like that. Now, let's see what happened. Well, so it did pop, but it's not sustaining that pop yet. Well, maybe. Oh man, if you guys are watching this time in sales, it's going crazy. Yeah, it's way too risky for me. However, it looks like maybe direction has been maybe. Oh, it's still, and the spread is really, really wide. Much prefer to look at a DFFN in case it gives up this area right here, for me anyway. You know, it gives up that area right there. All right, guys, we're getting close. I usually wrap up at around 3 o'clock, so I'm just going to put this in here, closing the room at 3. Always stick around if there are questions, but otherwise. So one last glance at my homepage, all the information you can get from my homepage. Okay, how late do we have to keep saying Happy New Year if we don't see somebody? I'll give you that one goods, though. Happy New Year. Oh, no, I'll give you that one. That's what I said. I'll give you that one. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, lots of information here. So if you want to take out a subscription, you can use this promo code right here, Barry4Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see the different subscription levels. Trade of the Week, which has been another great one this week. FUV was the Trade of the Week. You sign up for it right here. I've already done my trading room recap. All the scans I'm sharing right here. People who... Also, if you're looking for what I use in the pre-market, I use these 4 in the pre-market. The gap up and gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, I use these 4 right here for the pre-market, sharing a lot of other scans. I think the earnings up and earnings down in a couple of weeks. We're going to see a lot of action from these. Excuse me, from those 2. And again, education. If you're new to Trade Ideas, click on that education link. The 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days, but it's a great starting point, okay? What is a top lesson? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one, etc. All the basic features pretty easily explained right here. And if you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber and you want to see what we have to offer, just the basic stuff, this is a great little read. Again, we have a YouTube room also that I monitor at the same time as this one. Between 12 and 1, tomorrow, Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can go and give him a big, great applause tomorrow between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. You can sign up for them all right here. And more educational videos and some ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created. Well, okay, when you say a live news feed, this is not like the Benzinga or something else where they charge $100, $150 a month for the so-called, breaking news. We do have a news tab. Okay, but it's not what I'm going to call breaking. It's going to be pretty up to date. I use this more in the pre-market. All right. So what you could do, you can always duplicate it. And then when if you wanted to click on, if you just wanted to look at stocks between $1 and $10, you could create your watch list like everything. When you click on an alert, you'll see that it does change. Okay? But I'm not going to try to tell you that this is like the pay services, which in theory are, a little more up to date. Okay? By the time you see the news, like a lot of times when you see something like this, okay, you might see maybe they have some news, but by the time you read it and all that, that's done it already. Oh, I see something, leading healthcare gainers, something like that is there. But I don't even see it in my IB headlines, which is usually pretty up to date. I don't see any specific thing for GOVX. I think somebody was mentioning it, but I don't see anything specific to it. Oh, I see that now. Yes, awarded the NIH grant at 9 o'clock. I do see that. That's in my IB headlines. I don't know if we had it. Yeah, we did. So we did have it. But that was a very tough trader. I mean, look how choppy it is on the 15s. Very tough trader. Yes, there is. You just duplicate it. And here it is. You just have to click on the news tab and then duplicate it, and now it's separate. So if you want to see news all day long, you just, again, and it's linked. It's always going to be linked. Okay? You're more than welcome. I didn't even mention Lily. I know Lily had a huge move in the pre-market. I don't know if it's still held. Still up 10%. You know, big stock, big float. But it got up to what, $200, 202 in the pre-market. Well, snooze alert. I'm actually a little bit surprised with this DFFN. Just sort of hanging tough right here. Not too active right now. I would have thought it would start to move down or move up, but not stay here. You guys have been talking about ride. Yeah, so this is almost an all-time high. 30.75 is the all-time high. So it's getting close. Yeah, so unfortunately, Jay, you can't do it. I have a special script that they give to me. But as always, make a request. You know, I think our charts have to be revamped. I think they should be more fully featured. Just stuff like this should be, you know, you guys should be able to do that. Well, the question was, you know, how to make this more bold or a different color. Also, we only have two colors for the charts, white or black. It was never in its infancy, it was never meant to be a full-blown charting program, but I think we've come a long way to the point that we should be able to have a palette of some sort, so you can create your own chart colors. But coming from you, our valued subscribers, means a lot more than coming from me. Well, VP, better late than never. Ride was a trade of the week. You're right. And it did okay on one day. It was the only trade of the week that I can remember that actually came in as a loss in the last little while that I can remember. But on one day, I think the trigger was about 28 and it got up to 33. And then I think the market just took a real drop. Yeah, just pester our guys, you know. I agree. I think they need an upgrade. So Kaiser, again, I think I don't know what to say other than you can follow me on Twitter Monday mornings. Because I posted on Twitter, come in here. I don't know what you're doing at 9 o'clock Eastern time, Monday mornings, but we certainly talk about it. And the only other thing is, this is not an email, but start a live chat right here. Live discussion. Right where it says questions and answers. Yeah, I have no explanation why people aren't getting the trades of the week. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Especially when we send out all sorts of other emails that people get. But again, I don't know what you're doing, or anybody. I mean, if you're not getting the trades of the week, rest assured, I mean, if you can come into the trading room at 9 o'clock Monday mornings, we're talking about it. Okay, at BBruin44. And all I do, the only thing I post on Twitter is the pre-market stuff that I pre-market. I post my video, and then on Mondays I'll post the trade of the week, and that's it. And there you go. Your trade of the week goes into your spam email. Can't you take it out though and say don't treat it like spam, or does it happen every week regardless of what you do, Chicken Little? Yeah, so Jay, what you see here, I was demonstrating how you can use this as a pullback. How you can use our simulator to take a pullback trade. That's what you see here, okay? This is not my real account. This is the simulation count, the simulator, okay? So I was demonstrating how you could I said, okay, what if you wanted to take this? This is when FUV was up here. What if you wanted to take it on a pullback? So I put the pullback at whatever it was, 1647. It took the trade, and so it's still in it. Okay. So again, if I don't close this out, then this will carry over tomorrow, and that's how you can practice swing trading. If you don't close out a trade, at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. But the outline in the email, I mean, we talked, I guess you weren't in the room, but, the trigger was 1580. I did not get in quite at 1580. I'm not talking about how I'm trading the trade of the week, guys. It's outlined in the email. We talk about it. And I said early on, well, let's see if it can take out 1580. It didn't look good at the beginning. I mean, it was down to 1457. The market wasn't doing that well. Most of the EVs weren't doing that well, other than NIO. So, it was kind of up in the air whether it would get up to 1580. It did. We all know that Barry wants a whole number break. I am an open book, William. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? It's just about 3 o'clock. Any other questions? Before I shut the room down? All right, I don't. Luckily, I have a filter block on anything that starts with a grumpy. All right, guys, I think that's it. I'll shut the room down now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Another exciting day in the trading room. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So hope you can make it. Otherwise, have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.